Chapter 587. A huge port appeared in front of them. A large number of merchant ships were constantly entering and exiting the port, and the whole port looked very busy. As soon as Sullen's fleet approached the port, a small boat came to guide them. Following the small boat, the three ships soon docked at the berth. After arriving at the port, the manager of the caravan immediately went to negotiate with the port personnel. As one of the most frequent ports with the Western continent, the various procedures of Salt City Harbor were handled very quickly. After paying taxes on the goods transported this time, the fleet could find someone to unload the goods and trade. Sulen did not trade directly. It was his first time coming to Salt City Harbor. He was not clear about the prices here, so it was best to observe first before making a decision. At the same time, Sulen came to open up a new channel, so he needed to negotiate with the manager of this port. Of course, these worlds were in charge of professionals. Sulen did not need to come forward. After handing over the matter to the officials who came with him this time, Sulen took Hathaway to visit the city. Sulen and Hathaway kept looking at the surrounding environment. This was an unusually prosperous port city with a permanent population estimated to be more than 200,000. A large ship was docked at the dock, and thousands of coolies were transporting goods. The surrounding people's clothes were very different from those of the Western continent. A large number of armed warriors could be seen everywhere. Hathaway went straight in after seeing a magic shop. Her purpose this time was to buy various magic materials produced in the Eastern continent. Although there were many places in the Eastern continent with harsh environments, some good magic materials were often produced in these areas. This Salt City Harbor first rose because of salt drying. Later, it prospered because of trade with the Western continent. The buildings here also integrated the characteristics of the two civilizations. Sulen and Hathaway spent a day touring the city, and at the same time bought a lot of specialties here. The officials of Deepwater City also had a discussion with the officials of Salt City Harbor about the opening of a new channel and finally reached a cooperation. With official support, this channel would develop more smoothly in the early stages. When the merchants found out that this trade route could make a lot of money, they would be like sharks that smelled blood, flocking to it. Salt City Harbor also had a wizard organization. Such a bustling commercial port could bring in a lot of money every day. This was impossible for the wizards who were always short of money to give up. Unlike the Western continent, the cities in the Eastern continent were highly autonomous. The cities would form a loose alliance. There were not many countries on this continent. Many cities were controlled by monasteries or wizard organizations. The business atmosphere here was more prosperous than the Western continent. After learning about the wizard organization behind this city, Sulen and Hathaway went to visit. The wizard organization in this city was very surprised that a legendary wizard came to visit. Then, they warmly welcomed them. The great wizard of the city's wizard organization personally welcomed them. What surprised Suren and Hathaway was that this great wizard was also a legendary wizard. But thinking about it, if it weren't for his great power, they wouldn't have been able to occupy this treasured land. After all, the annual income of this Salt City Harbor could be converted into millions or even tens of millions of gold nars. The income of this city was almost equal to the income of a kingdom of Florence. The area of Salt City Harbor was very large. There were also a lot of farmland around the city. In addition to the population of the city, there were a lot of towns and villages around the city. The surrounding resources were all used to support the development of this harbor. Sulen and Hathaway had a discussion with the wizard organization in Salt Lake City. At the same time, the two sides also exchanged some knowledge. Of course, the knowledge exchanged was not very precious, but it was still not bad. This knowledge would also play a big role in the North Wind Tower. After completing the knowledge exchange, the two sides had a discussion. It was good for wizards to communicate frequently. Sometimes, when an experiment was difficult, they would often get inspiration from the exchange. Unfortunately, the wizard organization did not open the library to Sulen and Hathaway, which disappointed Sulen. However, the exchange of materials was still very good. Su Len used some of the materials produced in the Northern Secret Realm to exchange for a lot of magic materials produced in the Eastern continent. Although they did not have access to the library, they could enter the Salt Lake City Library at will. Of course, the library in Salt Lake City did not store much wizard knowledge. There were a lot of history books and some myths and legends, as well as poetry and some literary works. Su Len was very interested in the history and mythology books here. History books could let them understand the evolution of the civilization in the Eastern continent, as well as some major events. As for myths and legends, although there were many exaggerated rhetoric, many myths and legends were actually related to wizards. In terms of history, there were many differences between this place and the Western continent. Before the period of the Arcane Empire, this place was called the Dark Age. The entire Eastern continent at that time did not have so many deserts and dangerous environments. On the contrary, there was plenty of rain, fertile land, and rich products. It was a prosperous continent. At that time, the kingdom that ruled this place practiced blood sacrifice. The god that they believed in should be the god that was born here. Every blood sacrifice would kill thousands of slaves. This cruel blood sacrifice quickly led to a rebellion and was eventually overthrown by the wizards. The god who accepted the blood sacrifice was eventually defeated by the Arcanists. Because the native god accepted the blood sacrifice, he had long been eroded by the power of the blood sacrifice and became crazy. In addition to these, Su Len also found some places where monsters were sealed. However, most of these places were monasteries of monks. These monasteries were there to suppress the monsters. Su Len found some familiar monsters from these myths and legends, such as the demigod mummy, the dream chrysalis, and other ancient evil creatures. One of the ancient books also drew an ancient pyramid with a creature with wings that looked like a snake or a dragon. Su Len recognized it at a glance. It was a Quetzalcoatl. The Quetzalcoatl was a powerful divine creature. Their challenge level was similar to that of the dragons, but they were rare. Since the beginning of the Arcane Empire, the Quetzalcoatl rarely appeared. Similar to them was the Eastern Condor. The Eastern Condor was a powerful creature that served the ancient god, the Sun God. After the fall of the Sun God, it went to the legendary Eagle Mountain and no longer served the resurrected King of Dawn. Chapter 588. Su Len opened the book and looked at it. The book recorded a race that had disappeared. There were many buildings left by this race in the book. These buildings gave Su Len a feeling that they were similar to the Mayan civilization in his previous life. The same worship of blood sacrifice, the same style of architecture, and the same gods were believed in. The book in front of him had a strange totem pole with an unknown god on it. The whole totem pole was covered with blood, and blood seemed to have seeped into it in many places. Under the totem pole were countless slaves who had been killed. These slaves were beheaded, and their blood flowed on the pyramid. The gaps of the pyramid seemed to have been filled with blood, and under the pyramid, a large number of humans in simple clothes like primitive people were constantly kneeling. There was also the symbol of wind and rain on the totem pole, which meant that they believed in a rain god. There were no written records of the rain god on other continents, but in this civilization, it was very revered. It symbolized the harvest. From ancient times to the present, people had always been in awe of the gods who were in charge of the harvest. Su Len was not very interested in these gods. These gods who had accepted the blood sacrifice did not end well. According to the division of the Arcane Kingdom, these gods belonged to the nature gods. There was no good or evil, and they were very susceptible to the influence of believers. These gods had a high chance of becoming evil gods. Now, the gods recorded in these libraries were likely to have become evil gods. In addition to these materials, there were also records of many disasters and various monsters that happened in ancient times. After looking at some more, Su Len found that these monsters seemed to be the ancient evil that had been sealed. It seemed that although these mortals did not know the origin of these monsters, it did not prevent them from recording these disasters. However, these records had now been regarded as myths by ordinary people. Sulen still got a lot of useful information from these stories, such as where these monsters were killed or defeated. Combined with the map, it was easy to find the approximate location of these monsters that were sealed. In addition to these, there were also many ruins of ancient cities, but it was not known what these ruins had left after thousands of years. Because the main purpose of this trip to the eastern continent was to open up new shipping routes and trade, Sulen did not go to these places to search. Searching for ruins sometimes depended on luck. If they were lucky, they could just dig a hole. If they were unlucky, it was not unusual to spend a year and a half. After staying in the library for 2 days, the fleet also completed the transaction during this time and was ready to return with various goods from Salt City Port. Most of the goods they purchased from the eastern continent this time were tea leaves, cotton, silk, porcelain, spices, pearls, and some enchanted materials. According to the calculations of the manager of the caravan, the profits of this trip were between 200,000 to 250,000 gold nars. Originally, Hathaway wanted to purchase some mermaid pearls, but there were no mermaids living in Salt City Port. Of the sea pearls were only produced in small quantities in the southern part of the continent. After all, mermen were too few in number. Because of the hydrological environment and other factors, the eastern continent was rich in pearls, and the quality was better than the pearls in the western continent. Although they did not buy any mermaid pearls, they purchased a large number of pearls this time, and some of them were magical pearls. Low to medium quality magical pearls could purify some potions, remove the side effects of potions, or neutralize toxins. High-quality magical pearls could be used to make magical items, rare-grade equipment, and could also be used to store spells. They were very popular among wizards. There were also a lot of silk in the eastern continent. It was also the best silk production area besides the elves. After all, the elven forest had been closed for more than 1,000 years. The number of half-elves was too small, and the production of silk was limited. Many silk were sold from the eastern continent, and of course, some were sold by the drows in the underground world. However, the drows sold silk stockings more often. Almost all the nobles went crazy for them. Even the witches could not resist the temptation of silk stockings. This thing was expensive. On the surface world was very hostile to the drows and claimed to cut off all trade with them. However, most of them were just words. It was easy to know if they were trading with the underground world. Just look at the women and see if they were wearing silk stockings. In addition to these, 5 of the people who came this time stayed in Salt City Harbor to build a warehouse. The warehouse would buy materials from Salt City Steel, and at the same time, sell various materials from Northern City. Northern City's paper, purple crystal honey, and white sugar were very popular here. The sales of vodka could only be said to be average, but the sales of rum were not bad. Purple crystal honey was the most popular. The wizard organization in Salt City Port directly expressed that they wanted to buy all the purple crystal honey. Although Sulen was tempted, he still rejected them. After all, the warehouse in Salt Lake City still needed money and honey to make a name for itself. There were still many advantages to building a warehouse in Salt Lake Port. When the fleet came again, they could directly transport it back to the mainland. This way, a lot of time could be saved, and at the same time, they could also collect information about the eastern continent. It took a few days for the fleet to complete the supplies and set sail again. This time, in addition to the 3 ships from Deepwater City, Salt City Port also sent 2 armed merchant ships to follow. These people were going to Deepwater City to trade. At the same time, they also planned to build a warehouse in Deepwater City. The return journey was slower than before. After all, when they came, the wind was with them, but now it was against them. Fortunately, the sailing technology of this era was very good. They could still sail against the wind, but the return journey was much slower than when they were with the wind. The 5 ships were lucky this time. They did not encounter those Sawajan. It was also possible that they were badly damaged in the last battle and could not continue to live here. The Sawajan also had many enemies in the sea. Once they declined, their enemies would not let go of this good opportunity. There were also a large number of intelligent races living in the sea. They must be the Kotao Sawajan, mermaids, Naga, Sawajan, sirens, and so on. These races were not friendly and harmonious with each other. In the depths of the sea, there were also some extremely terrifying sea monsters, and even the children of Dagon. Dagon was also a very dangerous creature. Even the gods were afraid of him. He represented evil, chaos, madness, and blasphemy. It was said that his existence could be traced back to the time of the ancient gods. He was a very powerful and evil creature. He was one of the most powerful demon lords. He was known as the King of the Deep, the god of sea monsters, the shadow of the ocean, and was the nemesis of the god of the sea. Dagon was not a name that was fixed in stone. According to the research of wizards, Dagon was originally a subordinate of an ancient god. This name was more like a title, and only the most powerful of them could be called Dagon. It looked like a creature mixed with fish, mollusks, and eels. Although Dagon was evil, chaotic, and very dangerous, there was still his cult in the coastal area. Many pirates believed in this creature. Legend said that a pirate leader was favored by him and became his follower. He gained great power and the ability to command sea monsters. However, this ability came at a great cost. Dagon's power would change the appearance of humans and make them look like sea monsters. For example, they would grow tentacles like an octopus, or shells like mollusks, sharp claws, and so on. Because they accepted Dagon's power, they would be ostracized by other gods. They would never be able to land and could only drift in the sea forever. Even so, there were still people who were willing to accept Dagon's power. On many islands, many indigenous savages still worshipped Dagon as a god. This worship had lasted for thousands of years. The current Dagon lived in the dark sea of the bottomless abyss. In the records left by the sorcerers, this powerful demon lord was recorded. Some natives would mate with other creatures, mainly swamp giants and half-fish creatures, in order to obtain rich fish and rare treasures. They believed that this ritual could give their offspring great power. Of course, not all sea monsters believed in Dagon. The ancient arcanists had studied and classified the sea monsters. They could be roughly divided into several types. The first type was the tentacle-type sea monsters. These sea monsters looked like giant octopuses. Most of them were Dagon's followers. The second type was the fish-type sea monsters, such as the dragon whale, giant kraken, dragon turtle, and so on. These sea monsters were special demigods. They were neutral sea monsters. Under normal circumstances, as long as you did not get close to them, they would not take the initiative to attack. The third type was the multi-headed sea monsters. The most representative of these was the Hydra. These sea monsters were usually the servants of the goddess of the ocean. The fourth type of sea monster was the dinosaur. This sea monster originated from the father of dinosaurs. This powerful god created a giant beast to expand his power into the sea. This monster was also called the Abomination. The fleet repaired and replenished some water on the islands marked by Sulen before they continued to sail in the direction of the deep water port. Sulen had decided to send people to build transit stations on the islands when they returned. These stations would provide water and food for the fleet and shelter the ships from storms. After all, apart from pirates and sea monsters, the biggest risk of sailing at sea was getting lost, storms, and other shipwrecks. With these islands, they could at least provide a shelter for the fleet in the event of a storm. This would reduce the occurrence of shipwrecks. This was very important for maritime trade. In this era, there was almost a 1/5 chance of losing one's life. Every time they went out to sea, they would be prepared for the worst. Sailors in this era were brave men. They returned to the deep water port without a hitch. At this time, it had been more than 2 months since the fleet left. Deepwater City had also undergone tremendous changes. Chapter 589. Deepwater City. Since the last time they left, it had completely changed. The original wooden fences had been replaced by bricks. The city wall was about 8 meters high and 6 meters thick. There were also arrow towers built on top of it, which were used to guard against pirates. There was an arrow tower every 20 meters on the city wall. The scale of the whole city was comparable to a medium-sized city. The residents here had reached more than 30,000 people, and there were even more kobolds and goblin slaves. The whole city was very busy. The east gate of the city was facing the port. It was about 1 kilometer away from the port to the city. The road connecting the port and the city was paved with bluestone. It was 8 meters wide, and there were drainage canals on both sides of the road. Teams of patrolling soldiers were patrolling back and forth, and there were even some half-elf archers among them. This surprised the people of Salt City Harbor. The half-elves were also a very xenophobic race. In the beginning, the half-elves were discriminated against by both elves and humans. This led to the half-elves only being close to each other for warmth. They were not close to other races, and it was not easy to hire them. Mu Sun looked at Su Len with eyes full of surprise. Originally, in their view, this so-called deep-water port should be just a small city. They came here because of Hathaway, the legendary witch. They did not have much hope for Deepwater City. Their original plan was to set up a warehouse and send a few ships every year to buy some paper, white sugar, and purple crystal honey back. They did not expect to be shocked by the scene in front of them as soon as they arrived. The wide port, the flat road, and the elite soldiers. Although the city was still a bit simple, it looked lively. After entering the city, Mu Sun found that the city was so neat and clean. The streets were straight and flat, and there was no debris on the ground. The scene of sewage and feces in other cities did not happen. It could be said that this was the cleanest city he had ever seen. There were neat houses on both sides of the street. The style of the houses was almost identical. Although they did not look exquisite, they were durable and easy to build. There were many pedestrians on the street, but there was no congestion. The pedestrians all walked to the right. Just as they walked into the city, several people who looked like officials hurried over. When they came close, they immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, welcome back. Get up." Su Len waved his hand to let Holland come over. He then pointed to Mu Sun next to him and said, "This is the steward sent by Salt City Harbor. We have reached an agreement with Salt City Harbor to officially open the channel. They will set up an office here. You have to communicate more about the business in the future." "Yes, Your Majesty." Holland nodded and agreed. "I'll leave the rest to you." After a brief introduction, Su Luen left with Hathaway. Now that the city's route had been opened, the rest of the things were left to them. Su Len then patrolled Deepwater City. The construction of the city was progressing very quickly. Carts of bricks and tiles were transported from the west gate. The surrounding land had been divided and was full of busy craftsmen. There were also well-equipped soldiers patrolling around. A large number of kobolds, goblins, and gnolls were working under whips. On the island in the middle of the river outside the city, warships and armed merchant ships were under construction in the shipyard. According to Sullen's requirements, the fleet of Deepwater Port needed at least 12 merchant ships. Half of them would be used for the eastern route, and the other half would be used for the southern route. At the same time, the city's navy needed to be completed as soon as possible. In the south of the city was a newly opened farmland. Some crops would be planted here to maintain the food supply of Deepwater City. In fact, the land here was not fertile. It was close to the sea, so the farmland was not suitable for farming. The first year's harvest would be poor, so it needed high-quality fertilizer. Not far away, a fertilizer processing plant had been built. All the feces in the city had been sent here to be fermented. At the same time, 3 fishing boats went out to sea to catch fish and replenish their food supply. Deepwater Port could now replenish some of the food consumption. After patrolling the city, Su Len and Hathaway returned to Northwind Tower with the various enchanted items they had bought from the eastern continent. A teleportation light descended from the sky, and Su Len and Hathaway appeared on the astrology platform. It took more than 2 months to travel to the eastern continent. Hathaway had accumulated many experimental projects to complete. After saying goodbye to Sulen, she hurriedly left. Just as Sulen was about to check on the northern city, Chris came into the room. Sulen, let me tell you a piece of good news. Alex has successfully advanced. Chris was very happy to see Sulen return. Alex has advanced? Sulen was pleasantly surprised. The northern city now had 3 legendary figures, Sulen, Hathaway, and Chris. Now, there was Alex. If you only counted the top fighters, the northern city could easily beat some small countries. Furthermore, another important reason why Alex had successfully advanced to the legendary rank was that he could now prepare to construct the Northwind Tower's mystery. Hathaway had already studied the puzzle thoroughly. The reason why the northern city had not built it was because they did not have enough manpower. A large puzzle required the cooperation of at least 3 legendary wizards. Although the northern city had 3 legendary figures, Hathaway was the only one who was a proper wizard. Sulen and Chris were both a warrior and a succubus sorcerer. Although they could cast spells, they were still far from being a proper wizard. Alex and Chris were different. Alex was also a wizard and a sorcerer. He did not rely on the power of his bloodline to become a legendary sorcerer. Instead, he relied on his wizard profession to become a legendary sorcerer. Otherwise, with her qualifications, she would have already advanced. After all, she had divine energy in her body. Now that Alex had become a legend, it was the same as having 2 legendary wizards. Although Suren and Chris weren't legendary wizards yet, the 2 of them together were barely enough. Great, let her prepare. We will build the puzzle of the Northwind Tower together, Sulen said excitedly. Hathaway has already prepared all the information. Take a look at it. When the time comes, you'll need our cooperation. Don't worry, I will prepare these. Chris nodded and took the information. Riddles were learned by the ancient arcanists from the High Elves. At first, the human riddles could only cover a radius of 200 meters, but the elves' riddles could easily cover the entire city. The elves' riddles were very powerful because they had the help of the elven gods. The human puzzle waited until the end of the Silver Age, when the emergence of the mice energy nucleus achieved an explosive breakthrough. Since then, the human puzzle technology could be relied on to the floating city and became an indispensable defensive rune. The puzzle also underwent rapid development during the Arcane Empire. It was said that when the Arcane Empire was at its peak, the puzzle of the floating city had been upgraded to an artificial magic net. With the artificial magic net technology, ordinary people in the floating city could also cast some low-level spells. The artificial magic net was made by imitating the magic net woven by the goddess of magic. Of course, it could not be compared with the magic net of the goddess of magic that covered the whole world. The artificial magic net could usually only cover an area of more than 10 square kilometers, which was usually slightly larger than a floating city. The puzzle that Sulen and Hathaway intended to weave was not that big. It mainly covered the range of the Tower of the North Wind. After all, the bigger the puzzle, the more energy it would need to consume. When he saw Alex again, Sulen's eyes lit up. After successfully advancing to the legendary realm, Alex's appearance had also undergone some slight changes. At the same time, after advancing to the legendary realm, her bloodline had also advanced. After completely integrating with the divinity, she had now become more beautiful and had a noble and holy aura. She was wearing a pure white dress with gorgeous patterns embroidered with silver silk thread on the cuffs. The silk thread simply outlined a few strokes on the dress, but it outlined a bellflower, which was very vivid. Her wine-red hair draped over her shoulders, and she wore an exquisite crown on her head. She had a slender waist, a full and plump buttocks, and a pair of long and slender legs that were far more beautiful than the average person's. The pair of wings on her back had been put away, and she looked like a goddess who had fallen into the mortal world. Her delicate facial features, beautiful face, and elegant temperament made Sulen feel that she was even more beautiful than before. Congratulations on successfully stepping into the legendary realm, Sulen said with a smile. Sulen. Alex's beautiful face smiled like a blooming flower. She stepped forward and gave Sulen a warm hug. Her white hands gently wrapped around Sulen's neck, and she tiptoed and gently kissed his forehead. "My king, thank you for your help. If you hadn't brought me out of the underground world and provided me with all kinds of resources and even divinity, I wouldn't have been able to reach where I am today." Feeling the warmth on his forehead, Sulen smiled and said, "The resources I provided were only a part of it. The main reason is your own hard work. However, you slacked off after advancing to the legendary realm. You must know that the legendary realm is only the beginning of the real world." "I know. Don't worry, I will catch up with you as soon as possible," Alex said affectionately. "By the way, I have all the information about the puzzle that Sister Hathaway prepared. When do you think we should start weaving the puzzle?" "In the next few days, there are some other preparations to be done. When Hathaway is ready, we will start," Sulen said. Chapter 590. In the North Wind Tower, Sulen was looking through the information on elemental fission. The principle of elemental fission was not too difficult. He had almost finished the research. The theory was already mature, and he only needed to put it into practice. Even the theory of elemental fusion reaction had been successful. However, because elemental fission required high strength of materials, Sulen was a little hesitant. Elemental fission reaction would release unimaginable energy. If the elemental fission furnace was not strong enough, or if the elemental fission reaction was too fast, it was likely to cause a violent explosion. If elemental fission explosion occurred, the power could be said to be far more powerful than a level 9 spell, so he had to be careful. Making elemental fission furnace required a lot of materials from the astral world. Fortunately, Sulen and Hathaway had collected a lot of materials in the astral world. It was enough. Elemental fission furnaces were usually used on floating space towers. Although the elemental pool could also support the floating space tower, at this point, the elemental pool needed to accumulate enough energy to support the floating space tower for a period of time. Only the elemental fission furnace could support the floating space tower for a long time to fight in the air. Last time, he got an intact floating space ring. With the information left in the wizard tower, the technology of the floating space ring was completely understood. As long as he had the materials, he could produce it. In addition to the special materials of the floating space ring, the most important thing was the 28 types of anti-gravity runes inscribed on it. These runes were the crystallization of the command during the Arcane Empire era. Only such a carefully made floating space ring could support the wizard tower, which weighed thousands of tons. "Master, the elemental pool of the wizard tower is full of energy," Tower Spirit Een suddenly said while Sulen was thinking. Sulen stopped thinking. It was useless to think too much now. He had to do the thing in front of him first. The elemental pool was full of energy. He could consider weaving the puzzle. On the astrology platform, Sulen, Hathaway, Chrissy, and Alex stood in the center with serious faces. Phyllis, Sandy, Karina, Angela, and Anna stood not far away. Several other wizards of the wizard tower were all there. They looked at Sulen and the others with excitement. They were looking forward to what would happen next. "Let's start," Sulen asked. "Begin." Hathaway nodded and said. Hathaway walked to the center of the astrology platform and waved the staff in her hand. "Milky Way, prepare to activate the energy connection channel." Light blue elemental energy gushed out from the elemental pool, and the entire runic magic circle slowly lit up. In the center of the runic magic circle, an engraved puzzle core slowly lit up. A large number of runes were engraved on the core of the mystery lock. Under the influence of this enormous energy, each of them seemed to be alive as they spun rapidly. The huge drop of energy was activated, and the whole floating city shook slightly. The estimated powerful energy wave spread quickly from the wizard tower to the surroundings. At the bottom of the Adept's Tower, multiple energy channels formed by magic crystals quickly connected with the surrounding ley network. The ground energy of the entire northern citadel area began to converge towards the Adept's Tower. As the elemental energy kept fluctuating, the surrounding elemental energy kept flowing towards the wizard tower. Soon, the concentration of elemental energy in the wizard tower doubled. Activate the elemental pool. Activate Earth Vein Network. Begin energy materialization. As the orders were given, the entire wizard tower was soon surrounded by an energy siphon. At the top of the wizard tower, an elemental siphon like a whirlpool reached all the way to the sky. A huge amount of energy kept converging there. At this moment, the whole sky had already darkened. Countless lightning bolts were swimming in the sky. Sulen, Chris, and Alex stood around each other. Powerful elemental energy was gathering around them. Prepare to weave the mystery lock. At this moment, Hathaway suddenly ordered. Magic reshape. Suren's team of 3 promptly took action. Next, powerful streams of mana surged out from their bodies. Thanks to their power, the originally chaotic streams of mana began reorganizing themselves. Strands of magic appeared in midair. These strands were completely formed by energy. Hathaway gently waved her staff, and runes quickly appeared. As soon as these runes appeared, they began to entangle with each other. Soon, a strange runic circle appeared in front of them. Magic weave. Under Hathaway's command, strands of magic strands quickly crisscrossed. At the same time, runes were constantly imprinted on the strands of magic strands. In just a few breaths, a fishnet-like mystery lock appeared in front of them. As the mystery lock continued to weave, the surrounding elemental energy was constantly absorbed by the mystery lock. The strands of magic strands formed by magic energy were quickly weaved under the effect of those strange runes. After these runes were completely formed by energy, they formed a huge network. This network quickly expanded as Hathaway and the others continued to weave. Soon, this huge network enveloped the entire wizard tower. The light blue mystery lock network lit up the sky of Northgard City. Hathaway's silhouette had already flown into the sky, her gorgeous magus robe fluttering in the wind due to the rich elemental energy. All the runes were linked to her body, and then like a spider web, they kept spreading in all directions. Under the magus tower, a large number of runes were engraved on countless magic crystals, and at this moment, they were also linked to the runes in the sky. So beautiful. Xanthi looked at the layers of blue network in the sky, and her eyes sparkled. Karina looked at the network in the sky with a mesmerized expression. As a wizard, she could clearly feel the power of this power. The elemental energy that was originally like a runaway horse was suddenly bound by the huge energy network in the sky. Those wild horses were quickly tamed, and one by one, they moved according to the command of the leader horse. Grace stood on the astrology platform and looked at Sulen, Hathaway, and the others in shock. That energy network had shocked her. How powerful was this power? This is the power of a god. When it came to the mystery lock network, the stronger one's spellcasting ability was, the more deeply they could feel it. Being in the range of this network, they felt like they were little insects that had fallen into a spider web. The stronger one was, the more they could feel the restriction of this mystery lock network. Layers of the magic network were quickly woven, and the entire network extended outwards with the wizard tower as the core. The surrounding elemental energy was slowly bound. In the end, the entire Northgard city was covered by the magic network. On the astrology platform, Hathaway slowly descended from the sky. After the mystery lock network in the sky was completed, it slowly merged into the surrounding space and disappeared. Although it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, the power from the mystery lock network had covered the area. In essence, the mystery lock network was originally unrestrained elemental energy arranged in frames according to certain rules. The mystery lock weaved by runes covered the surrounding space, and the energy in the area was also controlled by the mystery lock network. The originally unruly elemental energy was now very obedient. It was easy to command it, and the difficulty of casting spells had been greatly reduced. In this area, all the elemental energy was controlled by the mystery lock network. No one could control the energy to cast spells. The mystery lock network covered an area of 10 kilometers with the wizard tower as the center. The scale of this mystery lock network could only be considered a medium-sized mystery lock. During the ancient Arcana Empire, the mystery lock network of the floating city could easily cover hundreds of square kilometers. That kind of large-scale mystery lock network had unbelievable power. The surrounding energy waves slowly calmed down, and the huge elemental siphon disappeared. The power of the mystery lock network slowly retracted, and finally returned to the wizard tower. The light blue elemental energy slowly dissipated, and finally, a layer of energy barrier like a translucent eggshell covered the entire wizard tower. After the hard work of Hathaway, Su Len, and the others, the mystery lock network of the Northwind Tower was finally completed. At this time, the mystery lock network did not have many functions, and it would need to be constantly added in the future. The entire mystery lock network cost about 20 million kinnars worth of materials, which directly emptied half of the Northgard city's wealth. If all the functions of the mystery lock network were to be perfected, it would cost an estimated 50 million kinnars worth of materials. Building the mystery lock required more than just kinnars worth of materials. There were many rare materials that Kinnar could not buy. If Su Len had not obtained a lot of benefits during this period, he would not have been able to build such a large-scale legendary rune. However, a legendary rune like the mystery lock network was indispensable because its effect was too powerful. As long as one was in the range of the mystery lock network, the mystery lock network's effect would be enhanced. The mystery lock network was the home field of the Arcanists. Its effect was similar to that of the Gods' Kingdom of the Gods. Of course, compared to the Gods' Kingdom of the Gods, the mystery lock network was far inferior. Of course, if the mystery lock network could be mounted on the floating city and supported by the mice energy nucleus, it would basically be comparable to the Gods' Kingdom of the Gods with intermediate divine power. According to the division of the Arcane Empire, the strength of a great arcanist with a top-level floating city was close to that of an intermediate divine power. Of course, there were still some differences in the specific strength. Looking at the mystery lock in front of him, Sullen's heart was full of joy. After the mystery lock was completed, Su Len also obtained the authority of the mystery lock. A huge amount of elemental power entered Sullen's body from the mystery lock. Sullen's wizard profession, which had reached grade 4, began to improve in an instant. A little light flashed in his soul from between his eyebrows, and then his whole soul quickly transformed. His originally powerful soul became even stronger. A strange energy was integrated into Sullen's body. After a while, Su Len slowly opened his eyes. A flash of lightning flashed in the depths of his eyes and then disappeared. After completing the weaving of the mystery lock, Su Len successfully advanced into a legendary wizard with the help of the mystery lock's feedback. Chapter 591. The enigma of the Tower of the North Wind was not complete. Only the basic part was completed. The complete enigma had 4 effects. The first was the enchantment. The enigma had a strong protective enchantment that was used to protect the area inside the enigma from external damage. The second was the spell sequence. This part of the spell was stored in the enigma. As long as one became a wizard and obtained the authority of the enigma, they could use it. Of course, there was a limit to the number of times they could use it. After all, the energy in the enigma was limited. Not everyone could use it at will. However, Su Len and Hathaway were not restricted at all. The third was the anti-magic field. The enigma relied on the control of elemental energy to achieve the effect of anti-magic. However, the power of the enigma was limited and could only stop low-grade wizards. The fourth was the enchantment effect. This enchantment could be used to enchant creatures within the enigma. This enchantment effect could be used once every 24 hours. The fifth type was the permanent effect. For example, the creator of the mystery lock had set up the permanent effect to banish every evil otherworldly being that entered the mystery lock. As long as an evil otherworldly being entered the mystery lock, the permanent effect would be triggered and the target would be banished. According to Hathaway's calculation, if they wanted to complete the enigma, they would need to spend at least tens of millions of kinnar. The game was completed in a short time. Su Len opened the system panel to check the attributes of the enigma. Enigma, unnamed intermediate enigma range, 10 km in radius, core, Tower of the North Wind enchantment effect, not added, can add up to intermediate spells. Anti-magic field, low-grade wizards are forbidden to cast spells within the enigma. Permanent effect, not added, can add up to intermediate spells. Activated spell sequence, not added, can add up to intermediate spells. Within the range of the enigma, all people on the same side will be enchanted by the enigma. The magic recovery speed will be increased by 50% to 300%. The difficulty of casting spells will be reduced by 50%. Within the range of the enigma, the difficulty of casting spells will be reduced. Within the range of the enigma, the concentration of elemental energy would also be increased. In the era of the Arcane Empire, even the ordinary civilians could live up to 150 or even 200 years old. In other areas that were not shrouded by the mystery, the residents did not have long lives. Hathaway and Sulen had to slowly add the spell effects on the Enigma lock. They would be even busier in the future. After making the Enigma lock, the next step of the Wizard Tower's transformation could be put on the agenda. Sulen. With the sound of footsteps, Hathaway came over and said, "Now it's time to consider upgrading the Wizard Tower to a floating space tower." "It is indeed time to upgrade it," Sulen nodded and said, "By the way, do you have enough materials for the floating ring and the elemental fission furnace?" "The materials needed for the elemental fission furnace have been prepared. We can begin the experiment. Also, the floating ring can be made. However, there are still some parts of the Magus Tower that need to be built. The base of the Sorcerer Tower needs to be reinforced. The foundation of the Sorcerer Tower needs to be replaced with obsidian. Obsidian was hard and had good magic conductivity. In the past, in order to save money, Sulen used some ordinary materials for the foundation of the Wizard Tower, and then added the hardening spell to make it so tough. In addition, the base of the Wizard Tower and the rocks below needed to be separated. Fortunately, Hathaway had taken these into consideration when building the Wizard Tower. The successful foundation transformation of the Wizard Tower was very boring, so these things were handed over to the rock golems. With the addition of obsidian and the hardening spell, the strength of the entire Wizard Tower had been improved again. Theoretically speaking, when building the Wizard Tower in the future, it was best to reinforce all the places with the hardening spell, because the floating space tower that roamed in the astral world must reach the strength of a strategic defensive fortress. Ordinary rock structures were completely inadequate. The enemies encountered in the astral world were very powerful, and ordinary equipment could not survive. In this way, the workload in the future would be even more terrifying. And when the floating space city was upgraded, the number of hardening spells needed would increase by several times. Under normal circumstances, a floating space city had a total of 3 layers of protection. The first layer was a super-large energy protective force field, which could withstand the impact of small meteorite showers in the astral world. It could withstand the energy pressure in a special environment, and at the same time, stabilize the ecological balance inside the floating space city. It could isolate harmful substances from the outside world, allowing the floating space city to be in an environment similar to the ground. The second protective barrier was the Maze Lock, which was a top-level rune that integrated strategy, attack, and defense. Because the energy consumption was too large, it would only be activated in a combat state. To keep the Maze Lock open for a long time, it required a huge amount of energy. The Arcanists could keep the entire Maze Lock open all the time because they had the Mice Energy Nucleus. The last layer of protection was the strength of the floating space city itself. This was to ensure that the floating space city would not be destroyed so quickly when the first 2 barriers were broken. At the same time, its structure would be quite stable. A large number of buildings in the floating space city must be hard enough, otherwise, they would collapse and shatter before they could fly. The floating space city was the most outstanding building in the era of the Arcane Empire. It was the war fortress of the Arcanists. Those Arcanists relied on the floating space city to conquer and colonize countries in the multiverse. At that time, they directly drove the floating space city to leave the material plane and go to the astral world. When leaving the range of the main material world, it was easy to have problems if the base was not hard enough to escape gravity. Therefore, the floating space city needed to be built as strong as possible. When the floating space city was teleported as a whole, the pressure that the floating space city needed to withstand was extremely high. The pressure brought about by the space jump was very high. If the strength was not enough, the floating space city would directly collapse and disintegrate during the teleportation. From the era of the Arcane Empire to the present, the number of times that the floating space city had been teleported as a whole was very limited. The few recorded teleportations took place in the battlefield with the gods. The strategic space jump to stop the gods consumed energy at the same time was provided by multiple mice energy nuclei. A single mice energy nucleus could not provide the energy. Su Len could only wait until the elemental fusion furnace was completed to try it. Milky Way, scan the overall structure of the wizard tower. Scanning. Perfecting the data. Drawing the three-dimensional image. Soon, a series of data flowed quickly, and the three-dimensional image of the wizard tower appeared in front of them. In addition, Milky Way also marked the situation of the wizard tower. The linked area needs to be disconnected. The link separation components also need to be reinstalled here to support the wizard tower when taking off and landing. The structure of the wizard tower is stable. The energy channel is normal. The energy budget of the elemental pool is insufficient. It seems that before the completion of the elemental fission furnace, the floating space city can only be airborne for a period of time after storing energy, Su Len said after looking at the energy consumption budget. Although using the elemental pool could allow the floating space city to take off, it could not be airborne for a long time, and the means of attack were limited. What is the energy transmission efficiency? 70%. The energy transmission consumption is a bit high. Su Len checked and said, the energy channel needs to be optimized, or too much energy will be wasted. Su Len swiped his finger on the three-dimensional image in front of him, and the three-dimensional image world was divided into two, showing the plane of the wizard tower. Then he tapped on some parts of the wizard tower a few times, and soon several images of the energy channel like a spider web appeared. Milky Way, calculate the energy consumption of all the energy channels, and calculate the energy channel optimization plan at the same time. It was a huge project to rely on manual labor to calculate the energy channel consumption, but with the help of the wizard tower's spirit, Milky Way, it was easy to put her in charge. Soon, a large number of data flowed in front of Sullen's eyes, and a large number of red marks appeared on the energy channel like a spider web in the wizard tower. There were many areas of the floating space city that needed to be optimized. While Su Len was busy remodeling the wizard tower, Hathaway was not idle. After experimenting with the elemental fission furnace again, she finally began to try to make it. In addition to Hathaway, Alex was also assigned some tasks. As a legendary wizard, she also had the ability to make the materials needed for the floating space city. Alex was making the floating space ring. The floating space ring required a lot of precious materials. The main material was mithril, and some orichalcum and arcane dust also needed to be added. In addition to arcane dust, astral silver sand and arcane steel were also needed. In the case of using elemental fire and astral sand to forge, ordinary steel could be added with a small number of rare materials to make arcane steel ingots in batches. Arcane steel ingots were very durable and had good magic conductivity. Its strength was about 7 or 8 times that of ordinary steel, and it could be permanently reinforced with hardening. Its final strength was more than 10 times or even more than ordinary steel. In the future, this material would be used in many places. The surface of the smelted arcane steel ingots looked similar to titanium alloy. In the future, a large number of arcane steel materials would be used to make legendary golems. About 1 pound of astral sand and 1 pound of arcane dust were added for every 100 pounds of arcane steel. The astral sand and arcane dust collected by Su Len and Hathaway last time were used very quickly. About 1 pound of astral sand and 1 pound of arcane dust were added for every 100 pounds of arcane steel. The astral sand and arcane dust collected by Su Len and Hathaway last time were used very quickly. About 1 pound of astral sand and 1 pound of arcane dust were added for every 100 pounds of arcane steel. The astral sand and arcane dust collected by Su Len and Hathaway last time were used very quickly. About 1 pound of astral sand and 1 pound of arcane dust were added for every 100 pounds of arcane steel. The astral sand and arcane dust collected by Su Len and Hathaway last time were used very quickly. Chapter 592. Hathaway gently waved the magic staff in her hand. A light flashed, and a few fist-sized magic pearls flew up. The energy in the elemental pool was constantly being drawn out, and the concentration of elemental elements in the room was shockingly high. Making an elemental furnace required a lot of energy, and now more than half of the energy in the elemental pool was being used here. On the enchantment table next to her, adamantine, mithril, orichalcum, arcane steel, arcane dust, astral silver sand, magic gems, and other materials were all prepared. Along with the light, a few magic pearls of different colors turned into powder, and the colorful pearl powder quickly merged with the light. The originally blue spirit light now flickered with a rainbow-like radiance. Change form. Hathaway gently pointed the magic staff, and her eyes turned silver. Magic light flew out from the magic staff, and the arcane steel ingots on the enchantment table directly floated up and gradually melted. As the arcane steel melted, the rainbow-like light also merged with it. Creation. The melted arcane steel quickly turned into silver metal under the light, and this piece of metal continued to transform into the shape that Hathaway wanted. At the same time, the arcane dust on the enchantment table quickly disappeared, and a few blue-silver crystals appeared in front of her. Elemental fire. With a light shout, the surrounding mana instantly surged. In the next second, a cluster of light blue flames appeared out of thin air, and then instantly grew stronger like adding oil to a fire. The light blue elemental fire had a very high temperature, but this kind of fire that was researched by wizards was very easy to control. It was suitable for refining potions, and it was very useful for making other things. As the fire grew stronger, pieces of metal ingots quickly melted in the elemental fire. Hathaway gently waved her hand, and a few magic gems instantly turned into countless sparkling powder that merged with the fire. The originally silver liquid in front of her quickly turned into a blue-silver liquid. Large amounts of liquid metal continuously fused with various materials, and then transformed into various shapes under the spell of creation. The structure of an elemental fission furnace was very complicated, and it required a lot of parts. Hathaway constantly controlled the elemental fire to refine. A day quickly passed. Even a legendary wizard would feel a little tired after such a long time of high-intensity casting, but the results were very good. While Hathaway was making the elemental furnace, Su Len was also commanding a large number of workers to modify the bottom of the wizard tower. The bottom of the wizard tower had to be replaced with obsidian, and the connection to the ground had to be disconnected. This kind of work couldn't be done by ordinary workers. Fortunately, there were many grey dwarves in the northern city, and they directly dug according to the blueprint. The bottom of the wizard tower had to be completely hollowed out, and then connected with the metal runes. When the tower was lifted, the metal runes used to connect the tower would be separated, and they would be used to connect with the tower when it was landing. The Durgar's excavation skills were very advanced. Apart from the main support points, the entire bottom of the tower had been hollowed out. Next, a large number of metal constructs would be installed. The efficiency of the hundreds of grey dwarves was very high. It only took a few days for the bottom of the wizard tower to be completely excavated. A large number of hardening spells were cast on the excavated space, and the whole ground became very hard. In addition, a large number of wizard apprentices were installing the metal runes. In another laboratory in the wizard tower, Alex was refining a floating ring. In the middle of the experiment, a floating ring with a diameter of about 5 meters quietly floated in the air. Alex was concentrating on engraving runes on it. Silver spell energy constantly outlined runes, and then after fusing with mithril and astral silver sand, they slowly merged into the floating ring. The floating ring flashed, and in the next second, a rune appeared on the floating ring. At this time, a large number of runes had been engraved on the floating ring, and the runes were connected from head to tail, covering the entire floating ring. As the last rune fell, the floating ring suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and then the light dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The wizard tower's work lasted for 2 months. When Sulen finished installing all the metal runes at the base of the wizard tower, and the wizard tower's energy circuit was optimized, Hathaway's work was almost done. In the laboratory, a powerful energy wave shrouded this place. Hathaway embedded the last energy crystal in the rune body in front of her, and then put in the already prepared element fission fuel. With a strong light, the high-tech elemental furnace in front of her slowly started up. An amazing energy wave was transmitted from the elemental furnace, and the surrounding energy channels quickly lit up. The powerful energy filled the wizard tower in a flash. Hum! The whole wizard tower shook slightly at this moment, and a powerful elemental tide spread out from the wizard tower. Phew, it's finally done. Looking at the elemental furnace in front of her, Hathaway's tired face flashed with a trace of relief. Sulen, who was instructing the craftsman to check the metal runes, suddenly felt a powerful energy coming from the wizard tower to China. The energy wave was a little shocking, and the aftermath was more than 10 times stronger than the elemental pool in the wizard tower at full capacity. This is the elemental furnace. Sulen was slightly stunned, and then he reacted. Hathaway did it. Then, a teleportation light flashed on Sulen's body, and in the next second, he appeared on the astrology platform. Without stopping, Sulen walked directly to the laboratory. As soon as he arrived at the door of the laboratory, the originally closed door suddenly opened, and a thin figure walked out. It was Hathaway. Seeing Sulen walking in hurriedly, Hathaway smiled at him and said, "It's done. You've worked hard." Sulen looked at the tired Hathaway, stretched out his arms, and directly pulled her into his arms. "Don't worry about these things for now. You're tired now and need to rest. Everything can wait until you've rested." "Okay." Hathaway nodded gently, and then lay in Sulen's arms like a kitten. Sulen waved his hand gently, and the door of the laboratory suddenly closed. Then, Sulen pointed his finger lightly, and streaks of lightning shot out from his hand. As soon as these streaks of lightning appeared, they quickly merged and connected, and soon formed a lightning net that enveloped the entire laboratory. Seeing that the lightning net had sealed the laboratory, Sulen nodded, and then smiled at Hathaway. He directly lifted her up with his arms, and in the next second, the teleportation light flashed, and the two disappeared from the wizard tower. Sulen put Hathaway on the bed in the bedroom, and then watched her fall into a deep sleep. Only then did he walk out of the room, and put away his smile, and restored his dignified expression. "Guards." 2 guards appeared in front of him. "You two stay here. Without my order, no one is allowed to go in and disturb her," Sulen ordered directly. "Yes, sir." The 2 guards bowed and saluted. After arranging Hathaway, Sulen left. The preparation work in the wizard tower was almost done, and the next step was to wait for the test. Sulen came to the wizard tower. On the astrology platform, Karina, Chris, Grace, and the others were already there. When they saw Sulen coming, they all greeted him. "Sulen, that energy just now was from the elemental furnace?" "Sister Hathaway finished making the elemental furnace?" Chris couldn't wait to ask. Sulen nodded and said, "Yes, it's done. That energy just now was the energy wave when the elemental furnace was operating." "Really? That's so powerful. It's amazing." Karina couldn't help but say. "Since the elemental furnace is finished, does that mean our wizard tower can fly?" Phyllis asked excitedly. Sulen reached out and knocked on her head. "What are you thinking?" "We'll have to wait until Alex finishes making the floating ring." "Ouch, it hurts." Phyllis rubbed her head with a wronged expression. After the elemental furnace is finished, the elemental pool can basically be eliminated. Even the elemental fission furnace at full power produces more than 100 times more energy than the elemental pool. The energy output is stable, and the size is small, so it's very convenient to use. We can also continue to increase the number of golems in our army. Originally, the Tower of Northern Wind could only use 2 to 3 legendary golems and 3 to 500 stone and steel golems. If there were more of them, the elemental pool would run out of energy. Now that they had the elemental furnace, they wouldn't have to worry about the energy shortage even if the number of golems doubled. Oh, right. We got a lot of dragon blood from the dragon we killed last time. Get ready. I'll give you a dragon blood baptism in a few days to further increase the purity of your dragon blood. By then, you should be able to use some spells. Sulan pinched Phyllis's pretty face. Really? I can use spells. Phyllis was pleasantly surprised. She grabbed Sullen's arm tightly with both of her arms. Those amazingly developed weapons kept rubbing against his arm, and they were very elastic. Of course. After the dragon blood baptism, your dragon blood will be further improved, and your strength will also increase. As a dragon disciple, you're born with the ability to cast spells. Of course, a warlock's ability to cast spells is weaker than a wizard's, but you should pay attention and try to be a wizard in the future. I understand. When will the dragon blood baptism be carried out? Phyllis asked eagerly. After I'm done with all the things I need to do. Sulan smiled and said, the dragon blood baptism can be carried out 5 times in total. If you encounter a black dragon, a blue dragon, or a green dragon in the future, you can carry out another dragon blood baptism. After a few baptisms, your body should be comparable to a legendary warrior's. Chapter 593. The dragon blood baptism was very effective in improving one's physical fitness. If the dragon blood baptism was carried out 5 times, it could almost raise the physical fitness of an ordinary warrior or adventurer to the level of a legendary warrior. They would also have some magic abilities and various resistances. If it was a dragon bloodline warlock, the effects of the dragon blood baptism would be even better, and all kinds of spells would be improved. But there weren't many people who could complete the dragon blood baptism 5 times. After all, dragons weren't kobolds that could be casually killed. Moreover, there weren't many true dragons in material planes. The dragon blood baptism used was at least that of an adult dragon. At the same time, one had to resist the corrosion of the dragon blood during the dragon blood baptism. The dragon blood baptism did not improve a legendary warrior's physical fitness by much. It could only improve their toughness and elemental resistance by a small amount. However, although a legendary warrior's physical fitness was strong, they also had to master combat skills. If one wanted to rely on the dragon blood baptism ritual to quickly become a legendary warrior, this kind of trick would be exposed in front of a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. It could be said that the gains did not make up for the losses. Alex completed the floating ring in the afternoon after Hathaway left. The complete floating ring was a silver-white ring with a diameter of 5 meters. A large number of runes were engraved on the ring. The whole floating ring was constantly flashing. Even if there was no energy to activate it, the floating ring would still float in the air. Is this the floating ring? It's so beautiful. Xanthi blinked her big eyes and looked at the floating silver ring on the astrology platform. What a powerful rune circle. It's so exquisite. Karina looked at the floating ring in front of her and exclaimed. During this period, she had seen a lot of top-level wizard creations and paid more attention to wizard knowledge. Now, she was also spending a lot of time to improve her wizard level. After all, it was too difficult to rely on the bloodline ability of a warlock to become a legendary warrior. Although warlocks did not need to learn to cast spells, or materials, it was convenient and fast. It was easy to form combat power in the early stages. However, the potential of a warlock was limited. The bottleneck of most warlocks' growth was their bloodline. Only a very small number of geniuses could break free of the bloodline shackles. Of course, even if they knew this, many people still chose to become a warlock. After all, even with the bloodline restriction, most of the time, these warlocks could not even get close to the bloodline shackles. Many people couldn't even reach Transcendent rank 4, not to mention Legendary, in their entire lives. Therefore, the bloodline restrictions of warlocks were meaningless to them. After all, you're asking a bunch of people who can't even reach transcendent rank for to consider advancing to the legendary level? It was a complete waste of time. Although the Northwind Principality was located in the northern wasteland, it was still very hot during the summer. After all, the Northwind Principality was over 2,000 kilometers away from the northernmost tip of the continent. As for the Great Glacier and Icewind Valley, they were even further away. As the new pearl of the Northern Kingdoms, Northern Battlefront City was a famous trade city. Many caravans came and went every day. Whew! This damned weather is too hot. Hadding raised his head and looked at the sun. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the caravan in front of him. This caravan came from the Kingdom of Hytar in the southwest. Ever since the Northwind Principality's goods appeared in the Kingdom of Hytar, it quickly swept through the entire kingdom. The goods here were highly sought after by the entire kingdom. The Hytar people were shorter than the northerners but taller than the southerners. Their skin was mostly light brown. Their bodies were well-proportioned and more agile than the northerners. Of course, their strength was slightly inferior. Because the western part of the kingdom was close to the Desert of Death, half of the Kingdom of Hytar was barren and the land yield was not high. Therefore, many people in this country did business. Because of the barren land, many civilians became mercenaries in order to survive. This country's mercenaries were very famous in the western continent. The Hytar mercenaries had always been known for their loyalty and trustworthiness. Many of the Hytar knights also swore loyalty to the nobles of other countries. Because the Kingdom of Hytar was barren and could not support too many knights, many of the knights in the Kingdom of Hytar would swear loyalty to the nobles of other countries. There were many such knights in the Kingdom of Florence. Hadding was a Hytar mercenary. He had followed the caravan to northern Battlefront City several times. Every time he came, he would be shocked by the roads and the city. The 6-meter-wide stone road was wide and flat. The city was clean and tidy. This was something that other cities did not have. Aside from that, there was also Beifong Dukedom's strict laws. Spitting and littering was punishable by death. There was also the city's taxes. Unlike other cities, Beifong Dukedom didn't have all kinds of taxes. Beifong Dukedom even had the urge to live here. The caravan moved forward slowly. Although many of the merchants were anxious, they could only line up obediently. As for cutting the line, no one dared to do anything. After all, if they dared to cause trouble here, they would lose the right to trade. Then, this trip would be equivalent to a wasted trip. Not many people could afford such a loss. Finally, it was the caravan's turn to enter the city. At the city gate, the tax officer carefully checked the goods and issued a certificate. The caravan slowly entered the city. As soon as they entered the city, the noisy atmosphere hit them in the face. Everyone relaxed as well. For the mercenaries, Northern Battlefront City could be said to be very safe. Other cities had more or less gray forces, but there was no need to worry about that here. As long as they did not violate the rules, no one would come looking for trouble. After nearly 2 months on the road, he could not wait to go to the tavern to relax. Northern Battlefront City's wine was very popular. Guys, let's go quickly. I heard that Fiery Bird Tavern has a new batch of wine. Let's go try it today. The voice of a bearded dwarf sounded. On the street not far away, a group of dwarf craftsmen noisily walked towards the tavern. On the other side of the street, a few gnomes looked at the noisy dwarves with disgust. Clearly, they were annoyed by the noise. A group of children rushed out from an alley and quickly shuttled through the crowd. The entire city was thriving. Should I get the reward for this mission and buy a house here? Hadding thought to himself. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Then, a loud sound spread throughout the city. People on the noisy street asked in panic. What's going on? Is someone attacking the city? Is there an earthquake? A large number of people ran to the street to look. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise. Look, what's that? Heavens! Is this a miracle? It's flying. In the center of the city, the symbol of Northern Battlefront City, the Northwind Tower, rose slowly under the shocked gazes of countless people. Northwind Tower, on the astrology platform. Hathaway floated in the air. In front of her was a three-dimensional model of the Wizard Tower and Northern Battlefront City. A large number of data appeared on the projection. The situation of the entire city was projected by the Wizard Tower. Milky Way. Scan the Wizard Tower. Check the tower's structural strength. Scan completed. Wizard Tower operating normally, no abnormalities in the tower's structure. Begin separation of the tower. Increase the energy output of the elemental furnace. Prepare to take off. Boom! Powerful energy gushed out of the elemental furnace and entered the floating ring. The entire Wizard Tower shook slightly. A strong wave of energy spread out from the Wizard Tower. Wizard Tower operating normally. Energy transmission normal. Floating ring operating normally. Energy channel operating normally. In the Wizard Tower, the nodes representing the energy channels lit up one by one. The energy channels of the Wizard Tower were activated. Under the control of Milky Way, the connecting metal structures at the bottom of the Wizard Tower began to separate. All connecting structures in the first area have been separated. All connecting structures in the second area have been separated. All connecting structures in the central area have been separated. On the three-dimensional image, the red dots representing the connecting structures all turned green. The Wizard Tower was completely separated from the ground. Energy output of the elemental furnace is stable. Activate the floating ring. In the center of the first floor of the Wizard Tower, a silver ring with a diameter of 5 meters slowly rotated. Countless runes lit up on the ring. A powerful energy flowed into the floating ring. The entire floating ring shone with a dazzling light. Kaboom! A huge vibration was heard. The Wizard Tower trembled violently. Then, this giant structure that was more than 100 meters tall and 500 meters wide slowly rose into the air. It's flying! It's really flying! Karina shouted excitedly. It's incredible! It's really flying! It's like the power of God! Grace was shocked. Phyllis and Sandy were so excited that they couldn't speak. They looked at Sulen and Hathaway with admiration. The other wizards in the Wizard Tower were also shocked. This time, they were full of awe. The floating space tower rose slowly. As the floating space tower rose, a gust of wind swept around the floating space tower. Soon, this giant structure that weighed thousands of tons continued to rise. The whole city was getting smaller and smaller in everyone's eyes. Milky Way, report the status of the Wizard Tower. Energy supply normal. The structure of the Wizard Tower is normal. Energy operation normal. The Wizard Tower rose faster and faster. In just a few minutes, it rose 3,000 meters. The wind was howling, but the Wizard Tower didn't shake at all. The Wizard Tower's exterior was also blocked by the wind. Although it was thousands of meters high, the environment in the Wizard Tower was no different from the ground. Activate the star map to determine the location of the Wizard Tower. The Wizard Tower is officially undergoing flight test. Chapter 594. On the astrology platform, a beam of light rose, and in the next second, a three-dimensional model of the entire Tyrol world appeared in midair. The huge planet rotated slowly, and the continents, oceans, mountains, rivers, forests, and lakes were all marked out. Even the major cities of various countries were marked out. The information was collected by Sulen and Hathaway and transmitted to the Tower Spirit, Milky Way. Milky Way then integrated the information and the three-dimensional map of the Tyrol world to generate the current star map. Of course, the data on the star map was not 100% accurate. After all, there was no internet in this world, and there were no satellites, so it could not be updated in real time. Many of the information was collected in the past, so it could not be updated in real time. Even so, the star map was enough for now. At this time, on the star map, the light spots representing the wizard tower were constantly flashing. Sulen gently tapped on the star map, and the star map was instantly enlarged. The topographic map of the surrounding area of North City appeared in front of them. Sulen directly marked the location on the star map, and then let the tower spirit operate the floating space tower to move to the target location. The floating space tower moved quickly in the air and soon appeared at the predetermined location. Then, Sulen began a comprehensive test of the floating space tower's flight ability, and whether there were any problems with the structure of the tower during the flight. 2 hours later, the floating space tower completed all the tests, and then returned to North City and began to land slowly. Arrived at the predetermined location. No abnormalities on the ground. Preparing for landing. Starting the balancer system. After Sulen gave the order, the tower spirit, Milky Way, operated the wizard tower to land slowly. Finally, after a slight shake, the floating space tower once again landed in its original position. The floating space tower's base structure was still a bit shabby. After further upgrades, the wizard tower would be equipped with a large number of auxiliary tools to ensure that the wizard tower could land smoothly under any circumstances. Landing successful. The floating space ring is closed. As the wizard tower landed, the voice of the tower spirit, Milky Way, sounded again. Success. Hathaway cheered excitedly as the voice of the tower spirit, Milky Way, faded away. That's great. We did it. This is our floating space tower. Chrissy, Karina, Alex, Sandy, Phyllis, and all the others in Northwind Tower cheered excitedly. In this era, the floating space tower was only built by the top wizard organizations based on their strength. The floating space tower was not just for show. Before the floating space city, the floating space tower was the wizard's most powerful trump card and the wizard's most powerful battle fortress. The floating space tower has been successfully constructed. There will be a celebratory banquet tonight. Everyone must attend. After a moment of commotion, Sulen was in a very good mood. After hugging Hathaway, Chris, and the others, he announced directly. No problem. Awesome. After hearing Sulen's decision, everyone agreed. Hathaway, Alex, we have to make some minor adjustments to the floating space tower, Sulen said with a smile as he looked at the noisy crowd in front of him. Don't worry, the floating space tower is basically completed. The remaining adjustments will be completed later, Hathaway said softly. The tower spirit has just recorded the data when the elemental furnace was operating. We will also need to make adjustments when the time comes. It had been 3 years since the establishment of Northwind Tower. The original wizard tower had finally become a floating space tower. In addition to a lot of manpower and material resources, it also consumed a lot of energy. So far, a rough calculation showed that the floating space tower had cost about 300 million kinars. Many of the precious materials were found by Sulen and Hathaway through various methods. It could not be measured by money. If it were not for the rich mineral resources in the underground world and the large amount of resources in the secret realm of Northern Town, the completion of the floating space tower would still be a long time away. Even if they spent 300 million kinnar, there were still many aspects of the floating space tower that needed to be improved, such as the ecosystem and the gravity system in the floating space tower. Sulen's floating space tower could enter the astral world, but the astral world had no air, no water, and no gravity. Although it was protected by the Enigma barrier, it was still troublesome for others. Next, the floating space tower needed to be built with a series of supporting facilities. Although these facilities were not necessary, they were expensive to build. The Enigma barrier also needed to be improved, which would cost more money. Master, where will the banquet be held tonight? I'll inform Frodo to prepare now, Chris said excitedly. Frodo, the halfling, was very skilled. In the past 2 years, Sulen had basically used up all the ingredients in his stomach, and his cooking had become better and better. Su Len felt that if the halfling held a cooking competition, he would definitely win the championship. "Let Frodo prepare a sumptuous meal," Su Len said with a smile. The news of the floating space tower in North City spread like a whirlwind across the continent. As a commercial city, North City had a large number of merchants coming and going every day. It could be said that there were caravans from all over the continent. When the floating space tower rose into the sky, it made such a big noise that the entire city could see it clearly. After the floating space tower rose into the sky, these merchants and various churches had already spread the news in all directions. The news of the floating space tower in North City shocked many kingdoms and wizard organizations. Originally, the rise of the Beifong Principality had already caused many people to raise their eyebrows. In just 5 years, they had successfully opened up a territory in the northern wasteland, and finally established a principality. This was something that even a kingdom would not be able to accomplish easily. But Su Luen had easily accomplished it, which made many countries fear him. Now, he had built a floating space tower quietly. Only a few large wizard organizations on the continent had floating space towers. The Duchy of North Wind could be said to have become a first-class force on the continent. The major temples and churches were also surprised by Sullen's strength. Although his importance had been raised many times, they did not expect that they still underestimated him. They became more cautious when it came to matters involving the Kingdom of Florence and the Duchy of North Wind. Su Len was naturally clear about the movements of the outside world. This time, he carried out the flight test with great fanfare on purpose. He wanted to show off his strength to the outside world in this way. After the floating space tower in North City, it had a great strategic deterrent force. In the past, several surrounding kingdoms coveted the Kingdom of Florence and secretly played tricks to provoke wars. But since then, they should consider how to resist the Kingdom of Florence. Due to the successful construction of the floating space tower, the North Wind Tower and the North Wind Academy had also become popular. Originally, those wizard organizations looked down on the North Wind Academy, which had only been established for 3 years. Although the legendary wizard Hathaway was there, its foundation was too weak. Compared with other wizard organizations that had been around for hundreds and thousands of years, the number of wizards and the variety of knowledge collected was far inferior. Therefore, when the North Wind Academy wanted to have some knowledge exchange with other wizard academies, it was not valued and was directly rejected. Now that the North Wind Tower had become a floating space tower, there were many wizard academies who wanted to have an exchange with the North Wind Tower. The goal of these wizard academies was very clear. They wanted to get some knowledge about the floating space tower. The floating space tower was a top-level war fortress that could not be built by just anyone. Even legendary wizards did not have floating space towers. After all, the technology of building floating space towers was only in the hands of a few wizard organizations. This technology could be said to be the secret of every wizard organization. Basically, it would not be spread outside. Even if some sorcerer organizations were willing to sell it, they would have to pay a very high price. After all, this kind of thing was equivalent to a nuclear weapon in his previous life, and it was no joke. Of course, those large sorcerer organizations would also use this knowledge to tempt some legendary sorcerers to join them. After the North Town had the floating space tower, those wizard organizations also wanted to pay some price to get information about the floating space tower from them. It was not that the information about the floating space tower could not be sold, but it was impossible to get it without paying a sufficient price. Moreover, Su Len did not intend to sell the elemental furnace. Although the energy provided by the elemental pool was not as good as that of the elemental fission furnace, it was barely enough to support a floating space tower. It was important to note that the wizard tower that had killed the abomination used the elemental pool as its energy source. The North Wind Tower in the North Town used the elemental furnace, which made the floating space tower qualified to travel in the astral world. To enter the astral world, it required a lot of energy, and ordinary elemental pools could not provide it at all. The floating space tower needed to maintain the ecosystem, gravity system, and other auxiliary facilities, which consumed a lot of energy. Ordinary wizard towers only needed to move in the material plane. They did not need the ecosystem, gravity system, and so on, so the energy consumed was greatly reduced. After the wizard tower that used the elemental pool was full of energy, it could also support the floating space tower to fight. Of course, this kind of wizard tower's endurance was limited. According to the current standard of the North Wind Tower, it could fight for a day after it was full of energy, and it could release the magic energy particle railgun 8 to 10 times. Because the floating space tower's puzzle used a single elemental pool, the opening of the puzzle did not affect the endurance of the elemental pool. If one wanted to prolong the combat time, one could also consider reducing the size of the floating space tower. The North Wind Tower in the North Town was built according to the top wizard tower. Lowering one standard and reducing the floating space tower to a height of 100 meters, the same elemental pool could increase the endurance of the floating space tower by about half. Of course, the power would be reduced correspondingly, but it was enough for a floating space tower in the main material plane. Chapter 595. Whether it was the floating space ring technology, the Enigma technology, or other technologies in the Wizard Tower, one had to pay a high price to obtain them. There were only a few wizard organizations that were qualified to exchange for them. Even so, it was enough for Su Len to make a lot of profits and add some strength to the construction of the floating space city. The northern town had become more prosperous. The existence of the floating space tower made the place even more dazzling. Seizing the opportunity, the North Wind Academy also spread the news that they were recruiting wizard apprentices. For a time, the nobles of several surrounding countries brought their children to the northern town. The North Wind Tower had always been short of manpower. The manpower referred to wizards. Su Len had less than 10 wizards under his command. After all, wizards needed a lot of time to grow. However, there were 20 or 30 wizard apprentices. If the harpies under Alex had not been promoted to winged people and could act as some low-level wizards, the North Wind Tower would have been in a more difficult situation. These winged people were basically bloodline warlocks. However, after becoming winged people, their intelligence was the same as that of humans. They could try to learn spells, but there were not many winged people who could become wizards in the end. These winged people who succeeded in becoming wizards would become the elites of the winged people. Since Alex merged with divinity and became a legend, the energy radiation around her body had become stronger. As the queen of the harpies, her bloodline radiation could make low-level harpies evolve from harpies to winged people. Now that this power had become stronger, the number of harpies who had successfully become winged people increased again. Now, the number of winged people in the northern town had reached more than 200. More than 200 bloodline warlocks. Although their levels were not high, they were still a very powerful force. The emergence of these winged people finally relieved some of the shortage of manpower. Now, the secret realm in the northern town was basically taken care of by these winged people. Su Len and Hathaway had studied the Harpies' bloodline. To be honest, the Harpies' bloodline that originated from the god of wind had almost completely disappeared. The Harpies' bloodline was mixed with a lot of other bloodlines. Without Alex, the Harpies' bloodline would continue to degenerate. In the end, their intelligence would degenerate to a level higher than that of beasts. Alex's bloodline power could prevent these Harpies from degenerating and even slowly evolving. However, there was a limit to this kind of evolution. Most Harpies were unable to become winged people. Unless Alex became even more powerful and his bloodline evolved to that of a demigod. In the secret territory of Northern Guard City, Su Len took a moment to enjoy his afternoon tea in his treehouse. When the breeze blew, the fragrance of flowers floated over. The sun shone on her body, making her feel warm and comfortable. Su Len, stop sleeping. Go and take a look at the wisdom tree. At this moment, Phyllis ran over and grabbed Sullen's arm and shook it. What's wrong? Su Len, who was a little sleepy, immediately woke up. Phyllis said excitedly, the wisdom tree has borne fruit. Su Len was taken aback for a moment before he replied, all right, I'll head over right now. With that, he got up and quickly followed Phyllis to the botanical garden. From afar, Sulen could see the wisdom tree's towering crown. The aura of nature in the surroundings was even thicker. After arriving here, the surroundings were shrouded in a rich life force. The aura of nature around the wisdom tree had become even stronger. Soon, Sulen arrived at the wisdom tree's surroundings. The tall wisdom tree was lush with leaves and branches. On the branches, Sulen saw some round objects that looked like fruits. Sulen, look, those are the fruits. Sandy pulled Sulen excitedly and pointed at the fruits on the wisdom tree's branches with her other hand. The fruits looked like they were about the size of coconuts. They were perfectly round and green in color. There weren't many fruits. They were scattered around and grew sparsely. There were about 100 of them. They didn't look like anything special, but Sulen also discovered that these fruits seemed to contain an aura of life. These are the fruits of the wisdom tree. Sulen looked at the fruits in front of him strangely. He didn't know that the wisdom tree could bear fruit. Sulen, do you think the fruits of the wisdom tree should be called the wisdom fruit? Phyllis whispered. Will eating one make me smarter? Sulen rolled his eyes at her and said, I've never eaten the fruits of the wisdom tree. How would I know what they're used for? Also, I've never heard of such a thing. But I guess eating the fruits of the wisdom tree won't increase one's intelligence. Should we pick one to try? Chris waved her whip, looking eager to give it a try. Sulen quickly stopped her and said, Don't. These fruits don't look ripe yet. If they don't have any effect, it would be a waste. All right. Chris shrugged. It looks like these fruits still need some time to ripen. Let's wait for them to grow slowly, Sulen said directly. When did you find these fruits? They appeared this morning, Sandy gestured. Sandy gestured with her hands. In the beginning, these fruits were only the size of walnuts. I thought they were just tree burls. But soon, these fruits began to grow. By the afternoon, they had grown to their current size. So fast. Sulen looked at the wisdom tree in front of him in shock. At this rate, it was very likely that it would ripen today. Then let's wait and see. Next, everyone waited under the wisdom tree for the fruits to ripen. As time passed, the surrounding nature power became denser, and the life energy in the fruits slowly increased. After waiting for about 2 hours, it was close to evening. The fruits of the wisdom tree were finally about to ripen. The life energy in the fruits of the wisdom tree didn't increase anymore, and the color of the fruits changed from green to yellow. At this moment, there was a cracking sound that sounded like an eggshell cracking. In the next second, a crack appeared on the hard and smooth outer shell of the fruit. With the cracking sound, the crack on the fruit became bigger and bigger. Finally, after a few minutes, the hard outer shell completely fell off. The outer shell of the fruit fell off, and a blue flower slowly bloomed inside. Seeing that these fruits were actually flowers, Sulen felt a little strange. At this moment, the flower completely bloomed. It was very beautiful, but at this moment, no one paid attention to the flower. After the flower completely bloomed, a palm-sized person slowly woke up in the center of the flower. This little person was about 10 centimeters tall and had an exquisite appearance. She had green hair and wore an exquisite blue dress. There was also a pair of translucent wings on her back. Her body was slender and her skin was white and tender. She wore boots that seemed to be woven from tree vines. Exquisite and cute, she looked like a miniature version of a stunning beauty. After the flower completely bloomed, this little beauty woke up from her sleep. After yawning, she slowly opened her eyes. However, when she looked up and saw the crowd, she was so scared that she immediately hid behind the flower petals. Is this a fairy? Phyllis said in surprise. It should be a flower fairy. Sandy said with uncertainty. This is born from the wisdom tree. It should be called a tree fairy. Chris said. Sulen looked at the little guy who was hiding in shock. He was also surprised that the wisdom tree could give birth to such a life. This is a flower fairy, but it can also be called a tree fairy, Hathaway said excitedly. I didn't expect the wisdom tree to give birth to such a miraculous life. Flower fairies were favored by nature. They were born beautiful and usually lived in forests with excellent environments. They were born timid and not very strong, but they were born with some nature spells. There used to be many of them in the forests of material plains. However, as humans hunted and killed these creatures, the number of flower fairies decreased greatly. They were almost extinct. Flower fairies were born with luck. Some wizards would kill them in a special way after catching them and obtaining large amounts of fairy dust. This fairy dust contained the power of luck and could increase the success rate of making various potions and magic items. There were also some humans who liked these flower fairies and spent a lot of money to hire people to capture them and keep them in cages as pets. For a period of time, many noble ladies were proud to own a flower fairy. I didn't expect the wisdom tree to give birth to a flower fairy, Su Len said in surprise. Flower fairies often appeared as companion creatures. Sometimes, they would appear around some ancient trees. They could speed up their growth and reduce pests and diseases. They could also collect pollen and make honey. The trees would also provide them with protection. Su Len appraised the flower fairies in front of him. A spiritual light spread out. Although the flower fairies hid, the appraisal skills still showed the result. Target: flower fairy, tree fairy, fairy. Race: fairy danger level, low skills, vine entanglement, illusion, invisibility talents, nature bloodline, high challenge level, 5. These flower fairies weren't very strong, but their survival ability in the forest was still very strong. Although they didn't have great strength, as long as they hid in the wild, it was very difficult to find them. Even wizards couldn't find them. Flower fairies usually lived with trees. They were also called tree fairies. They were a mystical companion race. At this time, other than the flower fairy in front of him, the rest of the fruits on the wisdom tree also began to crack. Sounds like eggshells cracking were heard. Soon, flower fairies were born one after another. Chapter 596. Roughly an hour later, over 100 flower fairies surrounded the wisdom tree. These flower fairies hid behind the foliage, clearly wary of Sullen's group. On the other hand, Xanthi got along quite well with them. Perhaps her natural fairy bloodline was taking effect. Seeing this situation, Su Len allowed Xanthi to interact with the flower fairies. As for refining these flower fairies into fairy dust, Su Len wasn't that perverted. These flower spirits were nurtured by the wisdom tree. They were most likely used to take care of the wisdom tree. Moreover, these flower spirits could make a special 100-flower honey. They were quite pretty, so it was fine to let them live here. They could also take care of the demonized plants in the secret land. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These flower fairies were basically tier 1 creatures. Although they looked small and cute, they were still very strong to ordinary people. Most flower fairies wouldn't change from the moment they were born. Only a small portion of them would grow stronger with the passage of time. If a flower fairy queen was born from these flower fairies, she would be tier 3 at the very least. If she was lucky enough, she might even reach the mythic tier. However, the chances of that happening were very low. At the same time, it would take a long time for her to reach the mythic tier. After making arrangements for the flower fairy, Su Luan left the secret realm. There were still a lot of resources in his storage space that he hadn't finished dealing with. He had obtained a lot of white dragon meat from killing the white dragon last time. Su Luan wasn't about to let go of the dragon meat. White dragon meat wasn't something that just anyone could eat. According to the legends of his previous life, white dragon meat should be cold, or it should be cold poison. If one didn't have the corresponding ingredients, eating it would kill them. Of course, if one's physique exceeded 20 points, eating some white dragon meat wouldn't be a problem. According to Sullen's plan, the white dragon meat would be turned into dragon breast. The dragon breast was easy to preserve and tasted good. The meat of various demonic beasts in this world could more or less increase one's physique. Some special demonic beasts could even increase other abilities. Hence, demonic beast meat was very popular. However, although the demonic beast meat could increase attributes, it would lose its effect after repeated consumption. Moreover, the increase in attributes of the demonic beast meat was related to the original attributes of the demonic beast. The maximum attributes would not exceed the original attributes of the demonic beast. Therefore, it was impossible to rely on eating demonic beast meat to become invincible. There were also people in this world who had specially experimented and organized the eating of magical beast meat, and left behind a book called Magical Beast Mountain and Sea Scroll, which recorded the living habits of thousands of magical beasts in the entire Tyrant world, their living environment, their strength, preferences, and so on. In addition, there were also the customs of the world, famous mountains and rivers, geographical phenomena, local specialties, and so on. At the same time, he also recorded the cooking methods of these magical beasts, as well as what supplementary ingredients were added to remove the poison or improve the effects. It could be said that this book was all-encompassing and was called a geographical encyclopedia. Of course, some people called it a geographical cookbook. However, although this book was widely circulated, most of it was incomplete. Su Len did not have a complete book in his hands, and this had always been a regret in his heart. The preparation of dragon breast was very simple. Su Len had done this before. All kinds of seasonings were prepared, and then it was time to cook. In order to make the dragon breast taste better, Su Len specially called the halfling human chef Frodo to help. "Oh my God, is this a dragon?" Frodo was shocked when he saw the white dragon corpses piled up on the platform. "I never thought that there would be a day when I would use dragon meat to cook. I have decided that I must record today's events. When I retire, I will write an autobiography for myself," Frodo said while dancing with joy. "How is it? Can you handle the dragon meat well?" Su Len said with a smile. Frodo circled around the dragon and said without raising his head, "Don't worry, I won't go wrong." "That's good. I'll leave it to you." Su Len directly handed the task of processing the dragon meat and making dragon breast to Frodo. "No problem. I was just about to study dragon meat." Frodo's eyes lit up. He looked at the white dragon corpse in front of him as if he was looking at a great beauty. He could not wait to cut it with his knife, but as soon as he started, he was stunned. The knife in his hand could not pierce the dragon's scales and skin. Although Frodo was a grade 3 rogue and had good strength, he was in a difficult position when facing a dragon with thick skin. Halflings were born agile, but they lacked strength. Even a grade 3 rogue's strength was limited. Even a grade 3 warrior might not be able to pierce the dragon's scales and skin with full strength, let alone a halfling. Thus, an awkward scene appeared. Frodo held his knife but could not cut the dragon's meat. Looking at Frodo's darkened face, Su Len held back his laughter and called a few barbarian warriors to help. He asked them to separate the dragon's skin and flesh. With the help of a few barbarian warriors, the white dragon's skin was quickly separated. Except for some that were not suitable for making dragon robes, the rest were left for Hathaway to process. In addition, Su Len extracted all the dragon's blood. The lowest quality dragon blood was used to make dragon blood ink, which could be used to make magic scrolls. The better quality dragon blood could be used to make dragon blood potions or other ingredients for potions. As for the best quality dragon blood, it could be used to make dragon blood potions or for dragon blood baptism. Su Len divided all the dragon blood according to its quality and then stored the white dragon's heart. This dragon's heart was a precious material that could be used by Hathaway. He then picked up a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball was red. It contained the dragon blood that Su Len had just extracted. The dragon blood did not seem to be much, but it was the most precious blood in a white dragon. Su Len planned to use this dragon blood to give Phyllis a dragon blood baptism. The amount of dragon blood was only enough for one person. Su Len put away the dragon blood and then went to check on Frodo's work. As soon as he arrived, Su Len smelled a tempting scent. He looked up and saw a dozen large stoves on the platform. Large iron pots were placed on top of them. White dragon meat was simmering inside. The dark red soup kept boiling, and the dragon meat kept rising and falling. Frodo was stirring in one of the pots and adding all kinds of spices. From time to time, he would use a small spoon to scoop up some to taste. "Frodo, how's the preparation?" Sulen asked as he came to his side. "It's almost done," Frodo said. "The large dragon heads have been turned into dragon meat. I've also cooked the small dragon heads and those that are not suitable for dragon meat. Look, this is fried dragon meat with scallions, this is braised dragon meat, and this is crispy dragon tenderloin." Frodo came to another table. There were more than a dozen plates on the table, and all of them were covered with lids. Frodo picked up a few of the lids and introduced them to Frodo. As soon as he opened the lids, Sulen immediately smelled the aroma that was far more delicious than before. It kept stirring his stomach. The cooked food was kept in special utensils. As long as the lids were closed, they could be kept for a long time. North Town Palace. During this time, the North Town Palace was very lively. Sullen's women were all there. It was the Harvest Festival in North Town. There were 3 biggest festivals in North Wind Principality. The first was the founding of the nation, the second was the Harvest Festival, and the third was the New Year. As for the other festivals, Sulen was not interested in them, so he did not pay much attention to them. Other countries had fewer festivals. Usually, it was the king's birthday or the national day. The Holy Church had many festivals, such as the Holy Birthday Day, Holy Sacrifice Day, and so on. However, these festivals were usually only celebrated within the church. Every country in the world was wary of the church. After all, the Holy Kingdom of Light had been a lesson. The kings of every country did not want to be replaced by the Holy Church. After seeing Frodo's delicious dishes, he decided to hold a banquet. After returning to the palace, he sent someone to inform the others. Then, he went back to the Hidden Realm to check on Xanthi's homework. As the weakest and the youngest among the girls, Sulen needed to supervise her. Xanthi was very hardworking. She was very cooperative with Sulen's teaching. She even had a real battle practice. Of course, Xanthi was defeated in the end. However, this was normal. It did not matter if she lost. She could learn more from him in the future. When she was familiar with the skills, her combat power would naturally increase. After a battle, Xanthi surrendered. In the end, she was led to the palace by Sulen. At this time, the palace was already brightly lit. A large group of maids were busy preparing the banquet. After Sulen gave the order, the maids went to prepare. As the chief steward of the palace, Annie was preparing all kinds of delicious food. She took out the most precious wine from the wine cellar. Of course, these were all non-staple foods. The main dish was still the dragon meat banquet prepared by Frodo. Everyone liked Frodo's dragon meat banquet. Soon, the sumptuous dragon meat banquet was served. 2 hours later, the sumptuous dragon meat banquet was over. After eating, Sulen got up and went upstairs. He whispered in Phyllis's ear, "Come to my room after you take a bath tonight." Phyllis's pretty face instantly turned bright red. Her white jade-like ears were like cooked prawns. Although Sulen's voice was very low, the people at the table were not ordinary people. They had sharp senses. Naturally, they heard Sulen's words clearly. They all looked at Phyllis with teasing and flirtatious eyes. But soon, Sulen got up and said to the others, "You can't run away. Remember to come tonight." White dragon meat was cold in nature. It tasted great and was very nutritious. However, there was also a problem. It had some side effects. People could not stand without eating it. Chapter 597. Inside the room, Phyllis had already cleaned herself up. She was wearing a pink princess dress with a low cut. She was wearing a pair of black silk stockings on her slim legs. She looked so pure and sexy. She looked very charming under the dim light. Sullen's eyes lit up when he saw Phyllis's outfit. He liked it very much, and he couldn't help but want to have a good relationship with her. However, when he thought about the dragon blood baptism, Sulen suppressed the thought. He was going to do it after the dragon blood baptism. Phyllis, stand here. Sulen waved his hand. Phyllis obediently walked over, but her breathing became a little rapid. Hold my hand. Sulen reached out his hand. A soft and delicate hand reached out. Her fingers were white and slender, and her nails were painted red. The white jade hand and the red dots made her look very beautiful. Sulen felt a layer of calluses on her hand. It seemed like Phyllis didn't waste her bloodline. She often practiced with her sword and martial arts. The power of thunder and lightning in Sulen's body moved slightly, and then entered Phyllis's body through his palm. Phyllis's palm was slightly numb, and then a bolt of thunder and lightning quickly entered her body. Phyllis couldn't help but shiver. After the lightning energy entered Phyllis's body, it began to circulate in her body. After a while, Sulen opened his eyes in disappointment. Phyllis's dragon blood concentration wasn't high. Among the dragon blood wizards, this concentration was only below average. No wonder Phyllis's strength didn't increase quickly, and the awakening of her dragon bloodline talent was a little slow. After awakening a dragon bloodline, the first thing one would awaken was dragon's strength, followed by dragon scale armor and dragon's breath. As one's strength increased, these abilities would also improve step by step. Aside from these, after a dragon bloodline warlock reached a certain level of strength, they would also awaken dragon's constitution, which would greatly increase their vitality. When a dragon bloodline warlock reached tier 4, they would grow a pair of dragon's wings. With dragon wings, a dragon bloodline warlock's flying ability would be improved, and their aerial combat ability would be strengthened. When they reached the legendary level, dragon bloodline warlocks would become half-dragon, which would greatly increase the dragon bloodline warlock's various body resistances. They would also be immune to sleep, paralysis, fire, according to the color of the dragon, and so on. Dragon bloodline warlocks not only had powerful spells, but they also had martial skills that were not inferior to warriors. It could be said that they were very powerful. Under the dim light, Sulen loosened his grip on Phyllis's slender hand, and his mind raced. He needed to make adjustments during the dragon blood baptism according to the density of Phyllis's dragon blood so that she could better absorb the power of the dragon blood. Turn around. Soon, Sulen had finished calculating the distribution ratio. He directly said to Phyllis, "Take off your clothes too." "What kind of trick are you thinking of now?" Hearing Sulen's words, Phyllis's pretty face turned crimson, and her charming big eyes rolled at him flirtatiously. Sulen reached out and knocked on her head, and said, "What are you thinking?" "I'm going to give you a dragon blood baptism." "Ah!" Hearing Sulen's words, Phyllis's already crimson face turned even redder. She instantly realized that she had misunderstood and wanted to find a hole to hide in. It took her a while to recover. Holding back her embarrassment, Phyllis gave Sulen a fierce glare, and then turned around. She gently raised her slender arm, took a deep breath, and moved her fingers slightly. She unbuttoned her long dress, and then slightly lowered her shoulders. The beautiful princess dress slid down her body, and a fair back that was like white jade appeared in front of Sulen's eyes. With such a beautiful back, it would be a pity if he didn't take out the fire pot. Looking at Phyllis's back that was as smooth as jade, Sulen suddenly had an idea. The loose princess dress slid down her smooth back, and soon revealed her slender waist. Then, it slid down her perky buttocks that were like full moons. This portrait of beauty made Sulen so angry that he almost couldn't help but take Phyllis on the spot. Feeling the scorching gaze behind her, Phyllis smiled in her heart, and then slightly turned back to smile at Sulen. Sulen's breathing immediately quickened, and it took him a lot of effort to calm down. Knowing that this was a small revenge from Phyllis for his behavior just now, Sulen collected his thoughts, took a deep breath, and then took out a crystal ball from the storage space. "The dragon blood baptism is a little painful, bear with it." Su-Len said to Phyllis, and then took out a magic staff. Since the wizard level reached the legendary level, Su-Len also asked Hathaway to prepare a magic staff for him. But unlike other people's magic staffs, Su-Len's magic staff was made of pure metal, and a lot of runes were engraved on it. Not only could it be used to cast spells, but it could also be used to directly hit people in an emergency. A fist-sized magic gem was inlaid at the top of the magic staff, and it was specially blessed with the effects of crush, heavy strike, armor shatter, and so on. With a bang, a person's head would be directly smashed into pieces, and red and white matter would splatter everywhere. It was very exciting. Su-Len gently waved the magic staff, and a strange force surrounded him. The crystal ball in his hand slowly flew up, and then a ray of light flew by. The outer layer of the crystal ball slowly melted, and soon, the red dragon blood stored inside was exposed. The white dragon blood contained a strong cold aura. As soon as it came in contact with the seal, the coldness in the blood was immediately exposed. The red dragon blood did not have a high resistance to cold, and when it felt the coldness, its body could not help but shiver. "Bear with it, I'm going to start." "I'm ready, let's start." Phyllis gritted her teeth and said. The temperature in the room dropped rapidly, and soon, some white frost appeared on the ground. Phyllis only felt a bone-piercing coldness shrouding her, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on her back, which was as smooth as jade. The dragon bloodline implant was implanted from the spine, which was the most important bone in the human body. The dragon bloodline would then spread from the spine to the surrounding bones. The dragon bloodline would merge with the bone marrow in the human body, and then the human bone marrow would also have the ability to create dragon blood. Of course, this dragon blood was not real dragon blood, but the blood of a dragon bloodline wizard. Su-Len gently waved the magic staff, and a thin red line flew out from the floating dragon blood and slowly approached Phyllis's body. As soon as the cold dragon blood touched Phyllis's body, a bone-piercing coldness shrouded her, and her back felt like it was frozen. What followed was a sharp pain. The white dragon blood was not only bone-piercing coldness, it was also very corrosive. If one did not have the help of a wizard or a special dragon blood ritual circle, they could directly pour the dragon blood on their body. Although this method would still allow them to be baptized by the dragon blood, if they were not careful, it would not be strange if they could not withstand the corrosive power of the dragon blood and directly die. This method was usually only used by warriors or knights who were strong enough and had a high enough constitution. If a normal person did this, it would be suicide. Although Phyllis was already a dragon bloodline wizard, her constitution and resistance were still not enough to withstand it. Su-Len used the dragon blood ritual circle to baptize her, and the corrosive power of the dragon blood was reduced by a lot. Although it was painful, it was not unbearable. Because of the bone-piercing coldness in the dragon blood, Phyllis's entire back was soon numb and she could not feel anything. "Bear with it," Su-Len said softly when he saw Phyllis's painful expression, and his hands moved even faster. One rune after another appeared on Phyllis's back, and under the effect of a surge of mana, they merged with Phyllis's body. Wisps of bloodline power slowly merged into her bones and merged with her original bloodline. Phyllis's bones were also constantly strengthened. The dragon wing bone on her back, which was not obvious at first, was also rapidly growing. The dragon wing bone was a special bone that all dragon bloodline wizards would grow. It grew directly on the spine, and when a dragon bloodline wizard became strong enough, a pair of dragon wings would grow out from it. Su-Len waved his magic staff, and some arcane dust slowly merged with the dragon blood. Then, the arcane dust slowly entered Phyllis's spine from the back of her head, and a chill went deep into her bones. Then, under Su-Len's command, a large amount of thunder energy condensed into runes and merged with Phyllis's body. When all the runes had merged with her body, Su-Len stopped. Then, he began to chant a spell, and the surrounding magic light gathered. A powerful force entered Phyllis's body and accelerated the merging of the dragon blood. The powerful energy filled the entire room. Su-Len gently pointed his magic staff, and a beam of light rose up. Dragon blood ritual. Immediately, a large number of dragon blood runes appeared on the surface of Phyllis's body, and the bone-chilling cold quickly dissipated. Then, a stream of blood continuously appeared from the bone marrow. This stream of blood quickly swam in her body and gathered in her heart. After the bone-chilling cold dissipated, a stream of scorching hot blood full of vitality began to swim in her body. The corroded wounds quickly scabbed and healed. In just a few breaths, all the wounds had disappeared, and in their place was jade-like white skin. Phyllis's heartbeat became stronger and stronger, and streams of blood were transported to every part of her body. As the blood flowed, Phyllis's strength began to slowly increase. The essence of the white dragon's blood was fused into Hathaway's body. Not only did the dragon blood strengthen her physique, it also made her dragon vein even denser. During this period of time, her strength would also rapidly increase until she completely fused with the power of the dragon blood. Chapter 598. After the initial bone-piercing coldness subsided, a burning sensation slowly flowed through her body. As this burning sensation flowed, a stream of power emerged from her body, making Phyllis feel as if she had been reborn. In order to maximize the effect of the dragon blood baptism, Su Len had spent a lot of effort. After carefully inspecting Phyllis's body, he personally presided over the baptism circle to maximize the effect of the dragon blood. Of course, the price of doing this was that the ritual would be more painful. If one's body was not strong enough, they might not be able to withstand it and die. However, this time, they were using a white dragon, the weakest of the 5 colored dragons. After this baptism, Phyllis's various resistances had been greatly improved. It would be much easier for her to do this kind of baptism in the future. In some stories sung by bards, dragon slayers bathed in dragon blood and gained invulnerability and great strength. This kind of saying only existed in stories. If a normal person did this, there was a 99% chance that they would be killed by the corrosive nature of the dragon blood. As for the invulnerability and great strength, it was also an exaggeration. According to the data collected by Su Len, the dragon blood baptism would increase strength and constitution by about 3 points, and at the same time, they would gain the talent ability of dragon scale leather armor. The ability of dragon scale leather armor was not as powerful as one would think. At first, it could only resist arrows, which was equivalent to ordinary leather armor. However, this ability could grow. In the end, the defense of dragon scale leather armor would be very close to that of a real dragon's scales. After a dragon bloodline wizard became a legend, they would awaken a half-dragon state. In this state, their strength would be further improved, and their dragon scale defense and all kinds of resistances would be improved. However, it was not easy to become a legend. The lowest level dragon bloodline wizard had a lifespan of about 300 years. After becoming a legend, a dragon bloodline wizard would gain a lifespan of about 1,000 years, which was basically the same as a wizard. Many dragon bloodline wizards lived longer than dragons. Dragons would enter the old dragon stage when they were 800 to 1,000 years old. At this time, dragons would usually stay in their lairs other than foraging for food. Even powerful creatures like dragons would become weak when they entered old age. However, although the strength of the dragons had weakened during this period of time, they would not rush up to fight like adult dragons or young dragons when they encountered enemies. Instead, they would choose to launch sneak attacks. However, it would be a mistake to think that an old dragon would be easy to deal with. At this stage, a dragon's magic ability would be greatly improved, even if it was the white dragon, which had the lowest intelligence among the chromatic dragons. The magic power in the dragon's blood was at its strongest during this period. In fact, the ancient dragons were stronger, but even the incarnations of the gods and saints didn't want to provoke the dragons of that period. It was the best way to use it for the dragon blood baptism. As for using the ancient dragon or primordial dragon bloodline, that was just courting death. In fact, not all dragons had the opportunity to advance to the ancient dragon stage. After entering the old dragon stage, dragons would often need to sleep. At this stage, they needed to sleep to accumulate strength for the next evolution of their life. If this dragon suffered too many injuries when it was young and lost a lot of vitality, it was very likely that it would never wake up again during its sleep. Only those dragons with good strength and talent could pass through the old dragon stage. Life would bloom in them again, and their bodies, which were originally full of decay, would become full of vitality again. Dragons who woke up from their long sleep would enter the ancient dragon stage. At this stage, there was basically no one in the material plane who could threaten the dragons. After crossing the threshold of the ancient dragon stage, the lifespan of the colossal dragon would be extended again. As long as they were not killed midway, they would basically be able to evolve into an ancient dragon. As for evolving into an ancient dragon, that was another threshold. Phyllis used the blood of the old dragon stage white dragon for the dragon blood baptism, and after the completion, her strength was naturally improved. At this moment, she felt as if there was endless strength in her body. After completing the dragon blood baptism, Sulen asked, "How do you feel?" Phyllis nodded and said proudly, "Very good. I feel like I can punch a hole in the wall. Do you want to try? I feel like I can beat you down with one punch." Oh, she's full of herself. Sulen looked at Phyllis, who was waving her fist, and secretly wanted to laugh. It seemed that if he did not teach her a lesson, she would not know how powerful he was. Sulen decided not to go to the other rooms tonight. He would stay here tonight and give Phyllis special care for tonight. Without much time to think, Sulen, who had long been boiling because of the dragon blood baptism, stretched out his arm and directly grabbed Phyllis, who was showing off and preparing to punch Sulen and kick the dragon, and threw her directly on the bed. A sleepless night began. The whole night, the room echoed with Phyllis's begging for mercy. Early the next morning, Suluan walked out of the door refreshed, looking in high spirits. After a simple breakfast, Sulen directly took Phyllis to the training field for the test. It had to be said that the effects of the dragon bloodline baptism were really good. After the fierce battle last night, Phyllis had recovered after resting for a short while, and she was also standing on the training ground with an excited look on her face, eager to give it a try. Was the lesson last night not enough? Sulen looked at Phyllis, who was eager to try, and said with a smile, "Humph, you had an unfair advantage. If it were not for your thunder power." Phyllis's face suddenly turned red. Sulen laughed. Even the little succubus could not withstand the power of the plasma cannon, let alone a dragon disciple like you. It seemed that he had to let you recognize reality again. Not convinced? Sulen laughed in his heart. Well, I'll give you a chance. Go change your clothes, and we'll practice together. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'll definitely control my strength to the same level as yours. Really? Phyllis's eyes lit up. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask your sister Hathaway to judge, Sulen said with a smile. Phyllis's eyes rolled twice, and then she thought for a moment, shook her head and said, "No, you're a warrior, and your martial arts are superb. Even if you control your strength to the same level and rely on your skillful combat skills, you're still not something that I can deal with." Then what do you want? Sulen picked up a wooden training sword and waved it to test the feel of it. How about this, you let Sister Hathaway cast the slow spell, gravity spell, and weakness spell on you, and then you're not allowed to use any energy. That's fair, Phyllis said directly. Well, you might as well just say that I'll stand still and let you decide. Sulen snorted and said. It's not impossible. As long as you're willing, I have no objections, Phyllis said directly. You wish. We'll do as you said just now. Sulen glanced at the complacent Phyllis. Hathaway, you cast the spell. Just do as Phyllis said just now. Hathaway stepped forward with a smile on her face and looked at Phyllis with a half-smile. Then she said, "This is what you've discussed. You can't go back on your words. Don't go back on your word when you lose. We won't go back on our words. Don't worry. We definitely won't go back on our words." The two nodded and said. With that, Hathaway raised her wand and was about to cast the spell. A light flashed, and at this moment, Phyllis suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Hathaway stopped and then looked at Phyllis and asked, "What's wrong? You're regretting it?" Phyllis shook her head and said, "No, I'm not regretting it." "Then what's the matter?" Sulen asked. A sly light flashed in Phyllis's eyes, and then she said, "It's just a simple competition. It's not interesting. How about we raise the stakes?" "Hee, you think you're 100% sure?" Sulen said with a smile. "What? You don't dare." "If you don't dare, then forget it. Sister Hathaway, you can continue." "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Phyllis waved her hand and said casually. "Okay, since you want to bet, we'll do as you say." Sulen agreed directly. "Good. If I win, you have to promise me one thing." Phyllis said eagerly. Sulen shook his head. "What if you lose?" "How can I lose?" Phyllis said confidently. "What if? If I lose, I promise you one thing." "If you lose, what will you use as the stake?" Sulen said. "If I lose, I'll also promise you one thing." Phyllis said straightforwardly. Sulen clapped his hands. "Good. Everyone heard it. The loser has to promise the winner one thing. No one can go back on their word." We all heard it. The other girls smiled and nodded. "The loser has to promise the winner one thing. Hathaway, cast a spell on me." "Let's start." Sulen waved his hand at Hathaway and said. A few spells flashed in succession. Sulen felt his body become heavy, and then a sense of weakness came over him. Slow. Curse of weakness. Gravity. A few spells landed on Sulen's body. At that moment, Sulen felt like his body was trapped in a swamp. Every movement became very difficult. This was mainly because Hathaway's wizard rank was too high. If a high-grade wizard cast the same spell, there was a 90% chance that Sulen would be immune to it. "Alright, now that the spell has been cast, are you ready?" "If you are, let's start." Sulen waved the iron oak longsword in his hand. "I'm ready." Phyllis changed into a training outfit and walked out. The tight training outfit outlined her curvaceous body and made her look very sexy. "Catch." Sulen smiled and threw an iron oak longsword to her. Chapter 599. Dreams were plentiful, but reality was harsh. Although Phyllis gave Sulen all kinds of restrictions and asked Sulen to suppress his strength to the same level as hers, Sulen still won the battle, and it was a very easy victory. Although they were at the same level and there was Hathaway's spell restriction, Sulen's rich experience, skillful fighting skills, and fighting intuition could not be restrained. So in the end, Phyllis was taught a lesson by Sulen and had to agree to one of his conditions. Sulen looked at the reluctant Phyllis and said, "Now you know the difference between us. The dragon blood baptism is very powerful, but you didn't master your own strength, so it's normal for you to be defeated by me. The physical fitness of a dragon disciple is not worse than that of a warrior, so combat training is necessary. Next, I will teach you swordsmanship. Of course, it's not just swordsmanship. The drows here are also very good at fighting, and those half-elven rangers. You need to find time to practice with them every day. When you can defeat them all, you will be considered a master." Although Sulen's main weapon was a halberd, he did not give up on swordsmanship, so his swordsmanship was still very good. The Florentine royal family also collected many swordsmanship, such as the famous White Raven swordsmanship, cross swordsmanship, monolith swordsmanship, and so on. Sulen glanced at Hathaway and the others and said, "And you guys, don't think that only Phyllis needs training. You also need training. Although you are spellcasters, your close combat skills are average. You can encounter any situation on the battlefield. Once you are closed in, you will not have time to cast spells. Whether it is to familiarize yourself with the enemy's attack methods or to attack, you must master swordsmanship. And when you use up your spells, you can only use a long sword to kill the enemy. Generally speaking, in the Wizard Academy, the orthodox wizards would study close combat. A qualified combat wizard would not be weak in close combat. Moreover, among the wizards, there were some transfiguration schools. They could directly transform into some powerful races. Some transfiguration spells could even turn a wizard into a melee maniac. Some radical wizards even claimed that a wizard who couldn't fight in close combat was not a good wizard. It was best to be the type like Gandalf, who could cast a fireball with his left hand and slash with his right hand. A good wizard should be able to kill from one end of the battlefield to the other with a staff and a long sword. Northern Wilderness, Death Canyon. This valley that ordinary people had only heard of was located in the depths of the northern wasteland. The surrounding ecological environment was extremely complex. There were sunflowers, man-eating trees, mutated monsters, and many more. At the same time, there were many kinds of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. The terrain was also quite dangerous. The cliffs were steep, and there were often falling rocks. At that height, even a thumb-sized stone could make a big bump on a person's head. Even the best adventurers wouldn't be willing to come to such a place. However, these were not the most deadly creatures. The most dangerous creatures were the undead. In this valley, a large number of the undead were undead. It was said that there was an undead lord sleeping in the depths of the valley, but so far, no one had seen it. Su Len knew that the legend was true. The undead lord was sealed here by the ancient arcanists. But Su Len didn't know why the arcanists didn't kill the undead lord and sealed it instead. But since then, the beautiful valley changed. The power of the undead creature radiated throughout the entire valley. Then, the creatures in the valley began to change. Undead creatures began to be born in this place. As time passed, the number of mutated animals and undead in Death Canyon increased. It became very dangerous. Some of the more powerful undead creatures would fall into a deep sleep. But as long as there was a big commotion in the valley, these powerful undead creatures would wake up. Almost every year, there would be some monsters or adventurers who accidentally entered the valley and died. Fortunately, Death Canyon was very far from Northern Town City. It was thousands of kilometers away. Unless the undead lord broke the seal, it wouldn't affect this place. At this moment, the sound of a fierce battle suddenly came from Death Canyon. Then, several adventurers rushed out of the valley. Behind them, dozens of undead creatures were hot on their heels. One of the adventurers took out a scroll and tore it open with a pained expression. He then threw it behind him. Boom! As soon as the scroll fell to the ground, a large amount of flames rose up. In an instant, a wall of fire appeared on the ground. A few undead that were close to the front rushed into the sea of fire. The flames burned fiercely, and the undead creatures quickly turned into fireballs. The other undead creatures had no choice but to stop when they saw the wall of fire. They roared at the adventurers in the distance. F***CK, I've suffered a huge loss this time. That's the magic scroll I used to save my life. When we return, I'm going to take the lion's share of the loot, the adventurer who had just used the magic scroll said, his heart aching. Blair, it's all thanks to your scroll. You can get one more, said another adventurer who seemed to be the leader of the group. Leader, we should have made a lot of money this time. We collected a total of 16 ghost head mushrooms, ghost grass, and many other magic plants. Although this place is dangerous, the harvest is really big, said another thin adventurer excitedly. This place does have a lot of good stuff, but it's too dangerous. Scar almost died in there. Now that he's seriously injured, he'll probably have to rest for a month. He can't come here again, said the leader. Ahem, Blair, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come out this time, said another pale-faced middle-aged man after panting for a while. Hee hee, Quentin, it's okay. You saved my life before, didn't you? Blair said with a smile. I'll have to rest for a while when we go back this time. Ahem. Quentin coughed violently a few times. His face had a sickly flush. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After Sulen stayed in the North Wind Tower for a while, he went to Deepwater City. After Deepwater City obtained the trade route to Salt City Port, the Second Fleet finally returned. This time, in addition to the fleet of Deepwater City, there were more than a dozen merchant ships from other caravans. After more than 2 months of spreading, more and more people knew about Deepwater Port. Sulen's stronghold in Deepwater Port contributed greatly to this. Last time, Sulen took the fleet to trade in Salt City Port, leaving a lot of cane sugar and honey. The sales of these luxury goods were very hot. When those merchants with sensitive information learned that the cane sugar and honey were transported from Deepwater City, they began to inquire about Deepwater City. After learning that this was a newly opened port city, everyone's eyes lit up. In the eyes of these merchants, this represented an undeveloped market. If it weren't for the fact that no one knew the route to Deepwater City, these merchants would have been impatient to go there. Fortunately, these merchants didn't have to wait long. The Second Fleet from Deepwater City arrived at the port, so when the caravan returned, a large number of merchants directly sent a ship to follow the fleet to Deepwater Port. Deepwater City suddenly became very lively because of the arrival of a large number of merchants. A large number of goods were transported for trade. All kinds of goods that had been prepared in Deepwater City were sold out. Many caravans even set up warehouses in Deepwater City, intending to trade for a long time. These merchants were very surprised when they learned that this was the northern wilderness. After learning that the North Wind Principality had opened a trade route from here to the Kingdom of Florence and the kingdoms further west, they were very surprised. Then they became even more enthusiastic about this port. Obviously, they saw the potential of this trade route. Sulen returned to North Town with the caravan, but when he arrived at the city, he found something unusual. When the caravan entered the city, Sulen found that many people in the city were coughing. Many people were queuing at the entrance of the hospital. What's the matter? Sulen's face was a little dignified. Not far away, there was a low-level official recording the taxes of a shop. Sulen directly went over to inquire. Your Majesty. After seeing Sulen, the official immediately became nervous and even stuttered a little. No need to salute. Sulen directly stopped him and then asked, "What's the matter with the hospital? Why are there so many people queuing outside?" Your Majesty, those people are sick. They have fever and cough. But we don't have enough doctors here, so they can only queue here, the official said. Not enough doctors? Sulen was slightly stunned, but then he realized that there were not many doctors in this era, because almost every city had a temple. Usually, when the rich fell sick, they could directly go to the temple and the priest could cast a dispel disease spell to cure them. But it cost money. Even the lowest level of theurgy was expensive. It would cost at least 5 kinnar. How many civilians could afford such a sum of money? Most of the time, when the poor fell sick, they could only stay at home. If they could survive, they would be fine, but if they couldn't, they would die. Of course, in order to increase the number of believers, each church would go to the slums every once in a while to treat a few poor people for free. Usually, about 5 people would be treated at a time. They would also carry out all kinds of propaganda to make more people believe in them. North Town was an exception. The residents of North Town had some money in their hands, and the price of the hospital was not expensive. It was just that the number of people was small. But it was already very good. At least ordinary people and the poor could see a doctor. Chapter 600. How many people are sick now? Sulen asked directly. According to the statistics, there are 603 people who came to see the doctor, the official said. Sulen's face was solemn. There were already more than 600 people who came to see the doctor. There must be a lot of people who did not come to see the doctor. Judging from the situation, the disease was contagious. If they did not quarantine and treat it as soon as possible, it would only be a matter of time before the entire city was infected. At the thought of this, Sulen did not have time to rest. He immediately returned to the city hall and called all the officials there. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Soon, a large number of officials came to the city hall. Sulen looked at them and said, "When I came back just now, there were more than 600 people in the city who fell sick with a cold and fever. Didn't you know? Your Majesty, we have arranged for people to treat them. At the same time, we have ordered to buy herbs and send them to the hospital." One of the officials hesitated and said, "Is that all?" Sulen interrupted the official. "Do you think this is a normal illness? This is a plague." "A plague?" Hearing the word, plague, the official's face changed drastically. There had also been outbreaks of plagues in this world, and more than once. Basically, every outbreak of plagues would cause a large number of deaths. Due to the terrible hygiene standards of this world, plagues were simply unstoppable. Even strong professionals would be infected and die. During the most severe plagues, several prosperous cities were directly turned into dead cities. More than a quarter of the population died in most cities. Some cities even had more than half of the population. Professionals were physically stronger than ordinary people. Many of them had magic abilities. Their immunity was stronger than ordinary people, so the infection rate was not high. Many wizards also knew how to remove diseases and use magic to treat people. However, there was a limit to the number of people who could be treated. Compared to the huge population, it was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. "Yes, a plague," Sulen said directly. "Immediately activate the emergency plan in Northern Town. Draw a quarantine area around the city and isolate all the patients. At the same time, check the entire city. Once there are signs of illness, isolate them immediately. Order the textile factory to sew 10,000 masks immediately. Let the basic staff and soldiers wear them to prevent infection. In addition, the family members of these patients, as well as the people who came into contact with them, should also be examined. Stop entering the city for now. Let the caravans stay in the camps outside the city." Sulen kept giving orders. After hearing that it was a plague, everyone became extremely nervous and hurriedly led people to deal with it. Soon, Northern Battlefront City became very busy. The news of the plague didn't spread. First of all, the plague wasn't that serious. It should be under control soon. Although there weren't many doctors in Northern Battlefront City, there were several temples here. Now that there was a plague, it shouldn't be a problem to ask them for help. As for not telling the civilians, Sulen was worried that the civilians would run away from the city if they knew about the plague. If that happened, the northern citadel that he had worked so hard to expand to more than 100,000 people would suffer a great loss. Also, send someone to invite the bishops of the various churches in the city. "I will be holding a banquet in the palace tonight. Invite them to attend," Sulen said directly. "Your Majesty, I will arrange for someone to send the invitations," a guard said. "All right, you guys go deal with the plague. I'll go back to the Tower of Northwind and see if there's any other way." Sulen left the city hall and went straight to the Tower of Northwind. "At the astrology station, you're saying there's a plague in the city?" Hathaway said in surprise. "Yes, I saw more than 600 patients in the hospital when I came back. They all have fever, headache, and weakness. Some have even fainted," Sulen said. "It does seem to be a plague." Hathaway nodded and said, "I'm sorry, Sulen, I haven't been paying enough attention to the city. Otherwise, I would have known about the plague a long time ago." "It's not your fault." Sulen shook his head and said, "The plague came too suddenly. There are more than 100,000 people in the city. The divine spells of the priests are not enough. I want you to do some research and see if you can make a special cure for the plague as soon as possible. All right, send a patient to the Tower of Northwind. I'll do some research and make a special cure for you as soon as possible," Hathaway said straightforwardly. As a matter of fact, Northern Battlefront City had a good environment and many buildings to reduce the spread of the disease. This made Northern Battlefront City much more resistant to the disease. If it were any other city, at least a few thousand people would have been infected by the disease. Moreover, the disease would have spread throughout the city. On Sullen's status panel, a series of data showed that there was a plague in the Northwind City. Luckily, the numbers were not very high. After Sulen issued a lot of orders, the numbers had stopped increasing. It was obvious that the measures he had taken before were effective. Sulen sent people to the hospital to find a few patients for experiments. Hathaway found a few wizard apprentices to help her with the research. Your Majesty, it's almost time for the banquet. Most of the bishops of the churches have arrived. Do you want to meet them? I'll be there right away. Sulen went straight back to the palace. The banquet hall was brightly lit, and a few high-level priests were chatting. When they saw Sulen come in, they all went up to greet him. Suluan simply exchanged a few words with them and then invited them to sit down. Your Majesty, may I know why you called us here this time? The priest of the God of Wisdom asked directly. Something did happen. Sulen took a sip of tea and continued, a plague has been discovered in the Northwind City. A plague? Everyone's face froze. The relaxed atmosphere suddenly became serious. Yes, a plague. Sulen nodded and said, but fortunately, the plague has not spread. It has been contained to a certain extent. Now I need your help to get rid of this plague. Your Majesty, we are willing to do our part for the Northwind City, the priest of the Goddess of Life said directly. Thank you so much, Sulen said happily. In return, I promise you that I can build a temple in the Deepwater port to spread the glory of the Goddess of Life forever. Thank you for your generosity. The priest of the Goddess of Life stood up and thanked Sulen. Several other priests of the temple who were a step slower expressed their willingness to help in exchange for preaching in Deepwater City, and Suluan also agreed to do so. With the help of the priests, the Northwind City suddenly had enough people. A few temples provided about 20 priests, and the doctors and wizards in the Northwind City began to treat the patients. At the same time, a large number of soldiers began to investigate the Northwind City. It didn't matter if they were slaves, civilians, merchants, or mercenaries, they all needed to be investigated. It was easy to investigate the civilians in the Northwind City. The Northwind City used the market system, and everyone lived in the market. Once they returned to the market, they just needed to close the door and investigate them one by one. As for the merchants, since they all reported when they entered the city, it was also easy to investigate them. Only the adventurers and mercenaries were more troublesome. The Northwind City had a strict management system, and all the hotels were inspected. Although some mercenaries and adventurers thought it was an offense, they could only accept it in front of the powerful army of the Northwind City. As for those who dared to resist, they were beaten up by the barbarians. They were then thrown into jail to reflect on their actions. The only problem was that the investigation had severely affected the business of the Northwind City. Many merchant groups were settled in temporary camps around the city. The Northwind City would be responsible for the food of these merchant groups. They would only be allowed to enter the city after the plague had been eradicated. The Northwind City was very efficient. After all, the Northwind City was not like the United States of America in Lin Jie's previous life, where the government did not care about human lives. They could not even settle the issue of masks after a year or two of arguing. There was no democracy here, no lighthouse of the free world. Instead, it was ruled by the cruel dictatorship of a feudal lord. Those who did not submit would be killed directly. Therefore, the entire city was soon under control. After the plague in the city was under control, Sulen began to investigate the source of the plague. The Northwind City was very hygienic, and it was completely different from other cities in this world. Sulen would not be surprised if a plague broke out in other cities, but it was unusual for a plague to suddenly appear in the Northwind City. The chances of a plague breaking out in any other city in this world were higher than the Northwind City, but it happened in the Northwind City. He planned to find the source of the plague and determine if it was intentional or an accident. The source of the plague wasn't hard to find. All they had to do was find the first patient. There weren't many infected people in northern town. Although they were separated into several different areas, it didn't take long for them to find the source of the plague. You said the source of the plague was brought by a few adventurers? Sulan asked with a frown. Yes, a few adventurers came to the clinic a week ago. They were all coughing, having a fever, and feeling weak. One of them was seriously injured, but their bodies are still very strong. Find out where they are and bring them back. Su Luan ordered directly. Soon, groups of soldiers began to search for the adventurers in the city. Chapter 601. Due to the existence of supernatural forces in this world, there were also some life forms that could control the plague. The most famous one was the Voodoo School. The Voodoo School was a branch of the Wizard School. It originated from the ancient shamanism. They mastered the power of the shamans and combined it with the knowledge of the Wizard School, which eventually developed into the Voodoo School. The Voodoo School looked very evil at first glance. They liked to control all kinds of disgusting poisonous insects and research all kinds of poisons. Sulan hated the Voodoo School the most. The Voodoo School wizards knew how to control the plague. Other than this school, some necromancy schools also had the same power, such as the plague zombies. These undead creatures that could spread the plague on a large scale were created by the necromancy school. It could be said that the Voodoo School and the necromancy school developed to the point where everyone hated them. It was all their own fault. This world was very rich in creatures. Other than all kinds of ferocious beasts, there were also mutant beasts, magic beasts, and so on. There were even prehistoric giant beasts living on some continents, such as dinosaurs and titan pythons. There were even creatures from other worlds that had been brought here by the ancient arcanists. Sulan was flipping through a monster illustration book. It was compiled from the newly collected information in the North Town City. He was looking at a dinosaur. It was a rainbow dinosaur. Its appearance was very similar to a dinosaur, but its skin was rainbow-colored. Its body was more than 15 meters long. It was a giant creature. Its strength was almost on par with a giant dragon. Although this dinosaur was powerful, its intelligence was not high. At this moment, a servant hurried over and said, "Your Majesty, we have found the adventurers." Sulan closed the book and asked, "Are you sure it's them? The plague spread from them?" "Yes, the chief wizard has confirmed it. They were the first to carry the plague." "Have you confirmed the source of the plague?" Sulan continued to ask. "According to the adventurers, they were infected in the Death Valley in the northern wasteland," the servant replied respectfully. "Send some people to investigate," Sulan said after some thought. The Death Valley was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the North Town City. As long as they did not go there for an adventure, it was not easy to get infected. However, it was still worth investigating. After a week of lockdown in northern town, the plague was finally eradicated. Even though they had lost some money, they were still happy that the plague was still in its early stages. However, other than that, the residents of North Town City had also developed some good habits, such as drinking water from the river, wearing masks, and bathing every day. After the plague was resolved, North Town City continued to develop rapidly. At the same time, a large number of merchant ships began to transport goods to Deepwater City along the Red Sand River. These goods were used for sea trade. After the fleet arrived at Deepwater City, they would also carry a large number of overseas goods to North Town City. However, the prosperous business seemed to have attracted the attention of the surrounding bandits. This time, a group of monster bandits tried to besiege the fleet and rob them. However, as soon as he made a move, he was beaten to a pulp by the guards on the fleet. After Sulan stayed in North Town City for a few days, the scouts who went to investigate had already sent back the news. No one knew what had happened in Death Canyon, but the undead monsters in the canyon had left. The entire Death Canyon became a veritable Death Canyon. Right now, the undead calamity was playing out there. "Sulan, I think we should stop the undead calamity here or take care of them all. Although Death Canyon is more than 1,000 kilometers away from us, it doesn't mean it's completely safe. The undead calamity will spread all over the place, and they also carry the plague. It won't take long for it to spread here. The adventurers last time were the best warning, Hathaway said. Alright, then let's send all the undead calamity skeletons back to the underworld. By the way, we've already developed the antidote for the plague. It's very simple to make. Even a beginner apprentice wizard can make it. How much does it cost? Can we provide the raw materials ourselves? Can we supply them to the Duchy of North Wind? Sulen immediately asked. The cost is around 1 silver NAR. Apart from a few enchanted herbs, the rest are just ordinary herbs. Those enchanted herbs can be found in the mysterious realm, and the production is very high. It's more than enough for us to use, Hathaway said. That's good. Next, let's arrange for the apprentice wizards to mass-produce them, Sulen decided. What about Death Canyon? Let's send some people to take care of it. As long as we don't enter Death Canyon, it shouldn't be a problem, Sulen said. Whatever, I'll take a team and go there myself. We'll settle this once and for all. Death Canyon was very dangerous. It was full of poisonous insects and man-eating plants. They needed to bring a lot of insect repellents, antidotes, and some powerful warriors. Soon, all the materials were ready. Early the next morning, a portal was opened on the astrology platform of North Wind Tower. Sulen led a group of barbarian warriors and 2 teams of archers through the portal. In the next second, they appeared more than 1,000 kilometers away from North Town City. With a familiar light, Sulen and the others appeared in a gloomy place less than 20 miles away from Death Canyon. Scouts, start patrolling immediately. The rest of you, stay alert. We'll set up a temporary territory here for the time being. Sulen did a simple search of the surrounding environment and let people set up the territory. Sulen was a little envious of Hathaway. She had Mistra's mansion. This spell was not destructive, but it could be summoned in the wild to live. Mistra's mansion was a spell that folded the space of a different dimension. It could seal a mansion in a different dimension and summon it when needed. Mistra's mansion could be said to be a necessary spell for traveling. Soon, a large number of scouts gave the collected information to Sulen. After a simple look, he began to assign tasks. You guys are in charge of this direction. I don't want any monsters to break through here, Sulen said directly. A simple map was spread out, and Sulen began to divide the areas that each team was responsible for. At this moment, an anxious shout was heard. Get the antidote, quickly. We have people here who are poisoned. A warrior shouted as he ran. Soon, an apprentice picked up a bottle of antidote and poured it in. Chapter 602. The antidote quickly took effect, and the poisoned soldier's breathing visibly stabilized. The black blood at the wound also slowly flowed out under the effect of the antidote. In just a few minutes, the blood had already returned to its original red color. Alright, it's fine now. Send him to the back to rest. It's another fine lad. After the sorcerer apprentice checked that there were no problems, he directly sent the injured soldier to the temporary camp at the back. Sulen used the earth wall spell, magic control plus change of mentality, to build a few houses in the camp. Then, he used mud to rock to turn the mud into hard rocks, and built a temporary camp here. Because someone was injured and poisoned, the other soldiers became more cautious. Something is coming. A half-elf archer warned. Half-elf archers had sharp eyes and could discover the enemy at the first moment. With the archer's warning, the others all became vigilant. Kacha! The sound of some branches breaking came from the bushes in front. Then, a ferocious giant bear came out of the dark forest. Its tall body was like a small mountain, full of oppression. Its blood-red pupils revealed a hint of madness, and in its ferocious mouth was a row of sharp teeth that flickered with cold light. There were many red marks on its body, and the fur on it was much shorter than the rest of its body. This ferocious giant bear's body was full of bumps and hollows, and it looked like it had been casually bitten a few times. There were also some places where the fur had completely fallen off, and one could see the dark red flesh that leaked out. It was obvious that this ferocious giant bear had also been infected by the plague, but its physique was high enough to withstand the plague. The wounds on its body should have not completely healed. Moreover, after experiencing the plague, this ferocious giant bear seemed to have become more powerful than before. After seeing the group, it did not have any fear. With a low roar, it directly rushed towards the group. Its huge body was like a small mountain, and when its huge bare paws came down, even the rocks would be smashed into pieces. Frost arrow. A blue magic arrow instantly shot out from the crowd, directly hitting the dire bear in the next second. An icy blue color immediately appeared on the dire bear's body, and its originally swift movements immediately became slow and stiff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the surrounding soldiers charged forward. 2 soldiers of the capture barracks blocked the attacks of the dire bear with their shields, while the spear in their other hand pierced out like a poisonous snake. The sharp spear left a bloody hole on the body of the dire bear. Roar! Under the pain, the ferocious bear's eyes became even crazier. Its huge bare paw viciously slammed onto the shield of one of the soldiers of the capture barracks. A dent appeared on the shield made of fine iron. The huge force caused the body of the soldier of the capture barracks to involuntarily retreat. The warrior of the capture barracks slightly frowned. The other warrior beside him seized the opportunity, the spear in his hand instantly piercing into the eyes of the dire bear. Blood splattered everywhere. The heavily injured dire bear roared, its powerful bear paw viciously slapping out, wanting to slap the human who had caused it such heavy injuries to death. However, the warrior of the capture barracks was already prepared. After his attack landed, he did not continue to fight and directly retreated. Bang! With a muffled sound, a deep imprint was left on the ground where the dire bear had just been. Ice arrow. Another blue arrow of light flew out, and the body of the dire bear was suddenly covered with frost. Its movement speed became even more sluggish. The 2 soldiers of the capture barracks seized the opportunity to continuously attack. Very quickly, the dire bear let out a mournful howl, loudly falling to the ground. After dealing with this dire bear, several soldiers dragged this big fellow back to the barracks. Although the meat of a dire bear could not be compared to a magical beast, it was still very good to use to fill one's stomach. The strength of the dire bear in front of them was not bad. A normal dire bear's strength was around rank 8, and a grand knight could deal with it. However, this dire bear in front of them had already reached the peak of the 3rd step, almost reaching the 4th step. Dire bears were originally known for their strength, and a peak rank 3 dire bear's strength was even more abnormal. This was because it had encountered Sullen's capture barracks. If a normal heavy armored spearman encountered this dire bear, even if they didn't die from a single slap, their bones and tendons would definitely be broken. After Sulen saw the dire bear's carcass, he inspected it and found that there was no plague on it. Then, he directly ordered people to dispose of it for lunch. This time, he had brought 3 teams of 60 people. Half of them had reached the 3rd step, and the rest were all rank 2. These people could be said to be the king of stomachs. This dire bear in front of them was about 2 tons, enough for them to eat for 2 days. Then, these soldiers began to divide into small groups to clear out the surrounding area. This place was only about 5 miles away from the Death Valley. There were not many monsters running out of the valley. In addition to clearing out these monsters, they also needed to clear out the plague in the Death Valley. Not only did Hathaway successfully make an antidote to the plague, but she also made a powder that could eliminate the plague and prevent it from spreading again. This time, Northern Battlefront City had made sufficient preparations to eliminate the plague. All the water sources around the Death Valley had to be sprinkled with the powder. Water sources could quickly spread the plague, and once the water sources were contaminated, the surrounding animals would all be infected. Hiss! As the powder spread, many infected animals were driven out of the valley by the powder. Then, they were shot down by the half-elf magic archers. Boom! There was a loud noise. A large tree was uprooted and thrown over. The few spear guards around it quickly dodged. Then, a giant snake tail swept across, and a spear guard who couldn't dodge in time was sent flying. The giant snake's scarlet tongue trembled slightly. Its strange dark red eyes moved back and forth. This giant snake's head alone was 5 or 6 meters tall. Its body was more than 20 meters long. The giant snake slithered quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the spear guard who was sent flying. Its scarlet mouth opened wide, intending to swallow him. Lightning spear. A loud shout was like a thunderclap. It was so loud that it made people's ears go numb. In the next second, a long spear made of lightning flew out. The lightning flashed and the giant snake's head was hit. The lightning spear had an infinite amount of power and stabbed into the giant snake's head. The giant snake, which was so fierce just a moment ago, was nailed to the ground by the lightning spear without any resistance. Countless bolts of lightning exploded at this moment. The giant snake's body swayed a few times before it fell to the ground. Seeing that the giant snake was killed, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but cheer. It was still difficult for them to deal with a monster of this level. Whoosh! 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 Sparse sounds came from the surrounding grass. A half-elf magic archer directly shot a flame arrow in that direction. The flames flew past, illuminating the surroundings. The surroundings suddenly became clear. The faces of the nearby warriors changed when they saw that under the illumination of the flames, a dense pack of poisonous snakes was rapidly slithering towards them. The large ones were as thick as an adult's arm, while the small ones were only as thick as a finger. Countless poisonous snakes covered the entire ground. Just one look was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Kerosene bombs. After seeing the large number of poisonous snakes, one of the soldiers subconsciously threw a bottle of kerosene over. Boom! As soon as the bottle of kerosene hit the ground, it shattered. Black kerosene splattered everywhere. Immediately after, a fire arrow flew over. The kerosene instantly rose into a 2-meter-tall flame. The surrounding poisonous snakes were burned to death. Seeing this, the others reacted. They immediately threw over a dozen pots. In less than a breath's time, the entire ground was covered in flames. Inside the sea of fire, a large number of poisonous snakes struggled and rolled. However, they were quickly burned to ashes. The air was filled with a burnt smell. Clean up the surroundings. Don't set this forest on fire, Sulen said after looking around. Most of those poisonous snakes will be burned to death. After a while, you guys extinguish the fire. Next, everyone set up an isolation zone around the sea of fire. At the same time, they started killing the snakes that escaped the net. Chapter 603. In the evening, everyone finished the battle and returned to the camp. Sulen summoned the magic guards to keep watch and set up some warning circles. There was no need for anyone to keep watch at night. The soldiers who had been fighting for a day began to set up a campfire and prepare food. Bah! Why does this giant python meat have a weird taste? It's disgusting. A soldier tasted the cooked giant python meat and threw it aside with a look of disgust. Sulen sniffed the giant python meat. There was a strong fishy smell on it, so he threw it aside. He then cut a piece of fierce bear meat and continued to roast it. The fierce bear meat soon emitted a tempting fragrance. Sulen took out Frodo's barbecue seasoning and sprinkled some on the meat. The aroma became even stronger. He brushed a layer of sauce on the meat and began to eat. Night fell. Sulen went into his room to meditate. The others also fell asleep. The forest was very quiet because of the killing during the day. Only the magic guards summoned by Sulen stood around the camp. The night passed quickly. When the sun rose again, the camp was lively again. After a simple breakfast, Sulen led the soldiers to the Death Canyon. Group haste. With a flash of light, everyone felt their bodies lighten, and then their movement speed immediately increased a lot. Group haste could make people run faster than a galloping horse. If it was a rogue who was good at agility, they could do even more incredible moves, such as jumping on roofs and walls, or even running on almost vertical walls. Death Canyon was very dangerous. Along the way, Suluan led the soldiers forward. Along the way, they constantly encountered wandering undead creatures. After sensing the aura of life on the soldiers, they would immediately rush up to attack. However, most of these undead creatures were zombie beasts or ghosts. These monsters might be a nuisance to others, but they were nothing to the army of Northern Fortress City. They were easily wiped out. Although the Northern City did not send many people for this operation, their strength was not bad. A team of barbarian warriors had all been implanted with the blood of the frost giants. After transforming, his strength would be close to that of a legendary tier being. Against these Tier 2 undead creatures, it would be a piece of cake. With the cooperation of the barbarians, the army of Northern Battlefront City was like a hot knife through butter. They soon arrived at the Valley of Death. As soon as they got close, a thick aura of death loomed over them. The entire Death Valley was shrouded in such an aura. This evil aura was like poison to normal people. In such an environment, they would be constantly modified by this evil energy and eventually become a degenerate with a twisted mind. There were all kinds of monsters and undead creatures wandering around the entrance of Death Valley. Sulan even saw a strange mushroom forest that was emitting a faint fluorescent light inside the valley. There were a lot of fluorescent mushrooms growing on the ground of Death Canyon. The originally dim canyon had become gloomy. Some fluorescent spores were floating in the air. When the breeze blew, these fluorescent spores would immediately scatter. Warning! The concentration of contaminated energy around the host is extremely high. Please take precautions. Warning! The concentration of contaminated energy around the host is extremely high. Please take precautions. Magic resistance. Sullen's body glowed. A wave of magic energy instantly enveloped everyone around him. The evil energy around him was repelled in an instant. Your Majesty, there's something wrong with those fluorescent spores. A half-elven magic archer reported after casting a spell. These fluorescent spores are the growth of fluorescent mushrooms. The mushrooms growing in Death Canyon are called ghost head mushrooms. They're a kind of magic herb, but their spores are highly poisonous. The half-elven magic archer crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil. He pinched it in his hand. The soil is very moist. It must have rained recently. The rain has made the Death Canyon even more humid. This kind of environment is very suitable for ghost head mushrooms. Ghost head mushrooms usually produce fluorescent spores after the rain. There were a lot of ghost head mushrooms in front of them. They were densely packed in a layer around the canyon. The outermost ghost head mushrooms were only a few centimeters tall, but the deeper they went, the bigger they became. Sulen found a lot of giant ghost head mushrooms that were almost a meter tall. While Surin and the others were observing the Death Canyon, a group of undead monsters that sensed the aura of the living rushed over. The barbarian warriors, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, swept their swords across the monsters, cutting them in half as neatly as if they were cutting chives. Wild wind. A wild wind was summoned. The storm quickly rushed into the canyon. The fluorescent spores that were originally drifting were directly swept up into the sky by the storm. A large number of fluorescent spores rushed into the sky like a giant python. Although the fluorescent spores were poisonous and could reproduce quickly, they also had a problem. They couldn't be directly exposed to the sun. The sun would quickly kill the spores. Even the ghost head mushrooms couldn't be exposed to the sun. Otherwise, they would quickly wither and die. Although it was better to use strong light here, it would also destroy the ghost head mushrooms when it killed the fluorescent spores. The ghost head mushroom was a good magic material. It was not cheap. Su Len couldn't bear to destroy so many ghost head mushrooms. Soon, the various monsters at the entrance of Death Canyon were cleared. Su Len directly led the group forward. As they got closer, Su Len found a large number of bones where the ghost head mushrooms grew. Some of them even grew directly on the bones. These ghost head mushrooms would use the corpses as nutrients to quickly grow. After the group entered Death Canyon, monsters kept appearing and attacking. Su Len ordered people to collect the ghost head mushrooms while clearing out the monsters. Who knew how many creatures were buried in Death Canyon? The entire canyon floor was grayish-white. The bones of various unknown creatures were completely mixed together. Undead creatures were constantly resurrecting and attacking. After the ghost head mushrooms were collected, the army of Northern Battlefront City continued to venture deeper into the canyon. As they ventured deeper into Death Canyon, more and more undead creatures appeared. A large number of monsters formed groups and attacked the army. Su Len quickly discovered that after a large number of undead creatures died, they would leave behind some grayish soul crystals. Although most of these soul crystals were low to mid-rank, they could still be used to create clay golems and rock golems. After discovering this, Su Len planned to establish a camp here and kill the undead creatures to collect soul crystals. With these soul crystals, Northern Battlefront City could create a large number of clay golems and rock golems for all kinds of work. Chapter 604. The Golem Factory in Northern Battlefront City was already on the right track. Now, the number of Golem army in Northern Battlefront City was limited by the soul crystals. There was a shortage of low-grade to high-grade soul crystals. The Golem Factory could operate normally because of the soul crystals Su Len collected. He didn't expect to find soul crystals in Death Valley. Su Len planned to build a base here and farm monsters there. However, before that, he had to deal with the plague in Death Valley. The plague in Death Valley contained the power of death. It was spread by the undead creatures. In order to deal with the plague, he had to find the source of the plague. Su Len suspected that the source of the plague was the ancient undead lord sealed in the depths of Death Valley. Thousands of years had passed. Even if the seal left behind by the Arcanists was still functional, it would have become unstable after such a long time. Moreover, with the arrival of the elemental tide, the undead lord would recover some of his power. The seal would become even more unstable. He could probably break out of the seal at any time. The elemental tide would affect all creatures in a material plane. However, the effect would be more obvious for powerful creatures. After all, even if the elemental tide fell, the chances of ordinary people becoming adepts would only decrease. Although the overall power of humans would decrease, the number of legendary monsters would also decrease. On the other hand, the power of powerful creatures would decrease drastically. On average, their power would drop by 3 levels. According to some records, after the last elemental tide, when the material plane fell into the lowest point of the elemental tide, the spellcasting ability of giant dragons decreased a lot. There was even a phenomenon where a dragon disciple's spellcasting ability surpassed that of a giant dragon. It was also the easiest time to slay a dragon. According to the research of the adepts, if the main material plane was not affected by the elemental tide, then the concentration of elemental energy would be at a lower level. It was like a shallow pond. It would be difficult to survive in a heavy rain. When the elemental tide came, the concentration of elemental energy would increase rapidly. It was like a full pond, and the big fish would become very strong. This was one of the reasons why legendary and legendary creatures would appear in large numbers every time the elemental tide came. Death Valley might be a dangerous place for others, but it was not dangerous for Su Len. This place was nothing compared to the bottomless abyss. Su Len led his army into the Death Valley. At this time, some high-level undead began to appear in the canyon. A bone devil was sneaking in among the skeletons. Just as it was about to launch a sneak attack, it was hit by a lightning spear. The power of the lightning spear was the best nemesis for monsters like the undead that were rich in negative energy. Lightning flashed across the bone devil's body, constantly obliterating the death energy on its body. The lightning dissipated, and the death energy on the bone devil's body completely dissipated. Its entire skeleton fell apart, and a high-grade soul crystal appeared in the pile of bones. Not bad. One high-grade soul crystal. Sulen gently crooked his finger, and the soul crystal was lifted up by a wave of energy and flew into Sulen's hand. Everyone, pay attention. Put away all of your soul crystals. Also, if there are any high-level undead, don't fight them. Wait for me to deal with them. Yes, Your Majesty. This is a good place. Sulen looked around and sighed. Death Valley was steep, and the valley was dark and damp. There were many places where the sun could not be seen during the day. The terrain was dangerous, and the negative energy was rich. It was not suitable for humans to live in, but it was perfect for the undead. With Sulen around, the undead creatures in the Death Valley could not stop them at all. After reaching the depths of the Death Valley, high-level undead creatures kept appearing. The most powerful undead creature was a 4th-grade lich. It was said that this kind of monster was resurrected after the caster died. It could use some spells from when it was alive, and it also had some intelligence. However, a high-level undead like the lich was too conspicuous. It was immediately discovered by Sulen as soon as it appeared. At first, he thought that it was a lich and was shocked. After taking a closer look, he realized that something was wrong. A lich and a lich did look similar, but a lich was a creature that the caster actively used the lich transformation circle to transform. A lich would have all of the memories and spells from when it was alive, and would be proficient in all kinds of undead spells. Every lich was basically at the legendary level. Most liches were otaku. They would hide in the wizard tower to research all kinds of spells and knowledge, and make all kinds of magic tools. It could be said that this kind of creature was more dangerous than a giant dragon. Most of the time, a lich's wealth was more than a giant dragon's. A lich was far from being a lich, and they were not on the same level. Before the lich could make a move, Sulen summoned a thunderbolt and struck it on the head. It was immediately struck half dead, and then it was blown up by Sulen's halberd. After the lich died, it also dropped a high-grade soul crystal. In addition to the soul crystal, there was also a white bone magic staff. This thing was useful for necromancers as it could increase the power of necromancy spells, but for other wizards, it was useless. After cleaning up these undead creatures, Sulen came to the deepest part of the canyon. Unexpectedly, there were no undead creatures in the deepest part of the canyon. There was only a building that looked like an altar, but because of the passage of time, this altar had become dilapidated. There were a lot of cracks on the altar, and death energy was constantly overflowing from those cracks. Looks like it's here. Seeing the altar in front of him, Sulen said. You guys stay here. Just one person will go over. Yes, Your Majesty. Sulen took a few steps forward and approached the altar. The altar occupied a large area, with a diameter of over 10 meters. It was entirely made of obsidian. Logically speaking, this thing should be very sturdy. However, this altar looked like a dilapidated building, as if it would collapse at the slightest touch. Even the runes on the altar that were originally used to seal the altar had become incomplete. Many of the runes had been completely corroded by the death energy and had lost their function. Basically, it's completely damaged. It can't be repaired. We can only tear it down and rebuild it. After confirming the altar's condition, Sulen's face became serious. This sealing altar had been unmaintained for thousands of years. The wizard sect that sealed the undead lord had probably disappeared long ago. But this sealing altar doesn't seem to be simple. Sulen looked around the altar for a while and made some other discoveries. He did not feel the undead lord's aura under the altar, which meant that this altar was probably not suppressed in a material plane, but a small secret realm. At the thought of this, Sulen's eyes lit up. If this was a secret realm, then there should be some good stuff inside. Soon, Sulen felt the power of space under the altar. This was a space barrier. At this time, this space barrier had weakened greatly after thousands of years. Sulen quickly found a weak spot on the space barrier. He then left a teleportation coordinate around it, broke open a space crack, and went in. Sulen's vision twisted, and the next second, he appeared in an unfamiliar ruin. As soon as he entered, Sulen felt that the surroundings were very cold. He knew that the temperature was not low, but a large amount of negative energy had gathered here. It was the human soul that felt the coldness. Warning! Warning! An abnormal radiation field has appeared around the host. The concentration of negative energy in the surroundings is too high. Contaminated energy in the surroundings. Warning! Warning! The power of the death realm has been detected. Sulen frowned slightly. This secret realm had become a death realm. This was a place that only existed in the lower planes. The death realm was an area that had been completely transformed by the power of death. Here, even ordinary corpses would be quickly resurrected as undead. What did the wizard who sealed this place do? Sulen frowned. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the darkness. Then, a bone spear instantly shot out, like a sharp sword, and pierced towards Sulen. Bang! Sulen's arm moved slightly, and the storm battle halberd appeared in front of him. The blade of the halberd moved slightly, and directly cut the bone spear in half. What's that? Some black shadows appeared in front of Sulen. They looked like humanoid creatures. They were tall and strong, and the surface of their bodies seemed to be covered by a black armor. The armor was completely black, and even the face was covered by a helmet. In their hands, there was a long sword surrounded by a strong aura of death. They looked like heavy knights wearing knight's armor. Death Knights? After seeing the appearance of these monsters, Sulen immediately recognized them. Death Knights were very powerful undead creatures. It was said that only the corpse of a high-grade knight could transform them. The strength of each Death Knight was at least grade 3, and most of them were grade 4. This kind of undead creature was said to be the most powerful undead creature below the legendary level. It was also the favorite troop of all undead lords. It was the strongest undead creature other than the bone dragon. Under normal circumstances, undead creatures would give people the impression that they were numerous and weak. For example, the lowest grade undead creatures, skeletons and zombies, moved slowly, had no command, and had obvious weaknesses. As long as one could resist the fear in one's heart, these undead creatures could be easily killed. However, Death Knights were completely different. These high-grade undead creatures had no weaknesses, no pain, strong attack power, and strong defense. They had simple intelligence and discipline. They were one of the few undead creatures that could form groups on their own. They were the most powerful undead army of the undead lords. Chapter 605. Lightning Spear. 5 Lightning Whips. Thunderstorm. After seeing this undead knight, Sulen immediately released a large number of lightning spells. Lightning spells dealt extra damage to the undead. In fact, the most damaging spells to the undead were the holy light spells, followed by lightning and fire. Normal undead were easy to deal with, but high-level undead were different. This was especially true for this kind of undead knights. They had no fear, no pain, no hunger, no fatigue, and no fear of death. They were proficient in all kinds of battle techniques and were very disciplined. They were almost born for battle. Even legendary wizards would find it difficult to kill them in one go. Now that they were in an environment like the land of the dead, their recovery speed was increased. If a legendary wizard encountered such a situation, it would be difficult to deal with these Death Knights. However, they encountered Sulen, who had already surpassed the high-grade legends and became the lowest-grade astral explorer. The number of legends who died in his hands was more than 2 hands, let alone these Death Knights who had yet to reach the legendary level. Su Len waved his storm battle halberd and rushed up in an instant. Dazzling lightning struck the undead knight at the front with the halberd. Endless lightning exploded at this moment, and the powerful lightning directly tore the undead knight's armor apart. A large amount of black death energy quickly dissipated like melting snow. The sharp blade of the halberd directly cut the undead knight in half along with its weapon. Even the undead warhorse under it was covered in lightning. Su Len was very fast, and the storm battle halberd was at full power. Dazzling lightning swept across the area, and the undead knights that rushed up could not fight back at all under Su Len's attack. More than a dozen undead knights were quickly covered in lightning. The endless lightning dissipated, and all of the undead knights turned into a pile of bones. In addition to these, there were more than a dozen high-level soul crystals. What a treasure land! I got more than a dozen high-level soul crystals in such a short time. It's faster than the abyss. Su Len put away the soul crystals and continued to walk deeper into the secret realm. This secret realm was unexpectedly desolate. The soil beneath his feet seemed to have been contaminated by the power of death, turning into a sickly grayish white. This was a sign that the soil had completely lost its nutrients. In the depths of the secret realm, a dense power of death circled around. That should be the true place where the undead lord was sealed. After dealing with the undead knights, the rest of the journey was very quiet. No other undead creatures appeared, which was obviously very abnormal. After all, this was a land of the dead, and the surroundings were so clean that there was not even a ghost. Su Len cast a defensive spell on himself and quickly advanced toward the central area. After walking for a quarter of an hour, a palace made of black rocks appeared in the distance. The construction of the palace was very grand, and the entire palace was made of huge rocks. Stone pillars more than a meter in diameter supported a huge dome. The entire palace was similar to the Parthenon temple in his previous life. It looked very spectacular. Although it had been there for several millennia, the palace was still very well preserved. At this moment, the entire palace was shrouded in an evil energy field. The runic array that was originally used to seal the palace had been infected by this evil energy field and was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the palace was shrouded in an almost corporeal death energy. Su Len extended his left hand and made a grabbing motion toward the palace. Dazzling lightning suddenly appeared, and the power of lightning directly broke through the evil energy field. The lightning flashed, and in the next second, Su Len had already entered the palace. The palace was empty, as if everything had been taken away when it was sealed. A large number of runes were engraved on the floor under his feet. The patterns that Su Len had thought were patterns on the walls were actually runes. These runes and the runes under his feet formed a runic array. The palace was completely a prison. After passing through the corridor, Su Len arrived at the center of the palace. Soon, a figure covered in a black robe appeared before him. His body was emitting a shocking death energy, and an evil energy field spread out from his body. He had a ferocious and twisted face. Under the corrosion of the death energy, his flesh had already dried up, leaving only some dry skin clinging to his face, making him look like a skeleton. His 2 arms had turned into sharp claws, and they were emitting a thick black gas and a plague aura. They looked ferocious and terrifying. When Su Len appeared, he slowly raised his head, and his eyes flashed with a strange red light. He stared at Su Len and muttered, "Soul." Flesh. The sharp claws suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Su Len in an instant, grabbing at him fiercely. They carried a shocking death energy, and the sharp claws actually appeared in front of Su Len through space. Bam! Lightning exploded, and the dazzling power of lightning spread out. The monster's sharp claws were directly blown apart, and the death energy on them was also blown away. However, before Su Len could catch his breath, another sharp claw appeared in front of Su Len and instantly hit the energy barrier in front of Su Len. The originally sturdy energy barrier instantly flashed with lightning, and the power of lightning and death continued to clash. Accompanied by the lightning, Su Len's storm battle halberd swept across, and with a loud clang, the sharp claws were directly sent flying. Flesh! Fresh blood and flesh. I'm going to swallow you. The undead lord in front of him still maintained his human form, and his expression was blank and empty. However, there was a palpitating sense of fear. Shock. An evil spiritual light instantly exploded, and Sullen's mind was shaken. A sense of fear rose in his heart, but in an instant, this fear disappeared without a trace. Sullen's toughness and soul resistance were extraordinarily high, and on top of that, his iron will was at the legendary level. The fierce shock of the undead lord in front of him was not enough to hurt him. Thunder slash. Sullen's body was covered in lightning, and he directly activated the thunder territory. The evil energy force field that was originally surrounding him was directly broken by the thunder territory, and a powerful lightning energy filled the surrounding space. The dazzling lightning smashed down fiercely, and the storm battle halberd instantly hit the undead lord. Lightning scattered in all directions, and a series of sizzling sounds were heard. The power of lightning and death were constantly being worn down. The undead lord was directly sent flying by Sullen's huge force. Ah! The rich power of death instantly exploded, and completely obliterated the power of lightning on its body. This attack was not ineffective, and the power of lightning was still very damaging to it. The shriveled and terrifying face of the undead lord in front of him was scorched black by the power of lightning, and his eyes, nose, and mouth could no longer be seen. Then, an even larger and more twisted figure appeared from its body. It was an extremely ugly soul, and countless human faces appeared on the soul. They kept appearing and disappearing, and waves of soul wails and screams were heard. Tentacles made completely of the power of death kept appearing, and with the spread of the evil territory, a large number of tentacles of evil energy fiercely whipped at Sulen in an instant. Soul-binding zombie demon. Sulen finally remembered the name of this undead lord. This was a soul-binding zombie demon. Boom! A loud thunder sounded, and then countless bolts of lightning exploded from Sullen's body. All the tentacles of evil energy all turned into black gas after hitting the lightning. The lightning and the power of death collided quickly. At this moment, a pitch-black energy spike suddenly appeared behind Sulen, and then it instantly broke through the energy shield on Sullen's body, and was about to penetrate his back in the next moment. Spell sequence activate. Flash. Thunderstorm. Spear of lightning. The moment the energy shield broke, Sullen's body flashed, and his whole body disappeared in an instant. Then, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and instantly hit the soul-binding zombie demon. Then, another spear of lightning shot out, and instantly shot at the soul-binding zombie demon. But at this moment, the soul-binding zombie demon flashed with evil energy, and the next second, it appeared beside Sulen, and its pair of ferocious claws grabbed at him again. Bang! 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 Without thinking, Sulen quickly attacked with the Storm War Halberd. The Storm War Halberd carried the powerful power of lightning and kept attacking. The soul-binding zombie demon's ability was very strange, but its strength was far lower than Sullen's. But this time, it wanted to fight Sulen in close combat. When it came to close combat, Sulen was not afraid of anyone. Endless lightning enveloped Sullen's body, and flashes of lightning kept flashing. The Storm War Halberd kept hacking at the soul-binding zombie demon's body. The soul-binding zombie demon's shriveled body kept retreating, and the lightning kept entangling it. Soon, the shroud on the soul-binding zombie demon's body was torn apart, and finally, after another heavy hack, the shroud on the soul-binding zombie demon's body was completely broken. Under the dazzling lightning, it instantly shattered into countless pieces, and the body under the shroud appeared before Sullen's eyes. It was a completely shriveled human corpse. In the battle just now, the flesh had been torn apart, revealing the black bones inside. Sulen waved the Storm War Halberd in his hand, creating a series of phantoms. The Storm War Halberd seemed to have turned into a dozen at this moment, and the continuous attacks forced the soul-binding zombie demon's big sister to retreat. Roar! The soul-binding zombie demon roared, and a strong evil energy erupted from its body, causing Sullen's attack to pause for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the soul-binding zombie demon instantly activated its teleportation ability, trying to distance itself from Su Len. But just as it disappeared, Su Len also activated Flash and chased after it again. The dazzling lightning lit up the entire palace. The palace was not big. The soul-binding zombie demon kept flashing and attacking, and Su Len kept flashing and chasing after it. Both of them teleported very quickly, and the entire space seemed to be covered by lightning. Chapter 606. The necromancer kept retreating. If it wasn't an undead creature, it would have been killed long ago. In an environment like the land of the dead, the necromancer was very powerful. The death force around it was constantly replenishing it. This allowed it to recover very quickly. After being suppressed by Su Len for a while, the necromancer suddenly became violent. A dazzling black light exploded from its body and pushed away Su Len, who was attacking. Then, the death force condensed into countless sharp arrows and pierced towards Su Len. It was just that after Su Luan's spellcasting ability entered the legendary level, he could use Flash at will, so it was not easy to attack him. The battle between the two sides could only capture the constantly crisscrossing black light and thunder. Others could not do this at all. Legendary wizards could teleport continuously for a short period of time, but their close combat ability was much weaker than Sullen's. Only Su Len could use this method to fight. Expose weakness. Greater haste. A few beams of light rose from Sullen's body. After dodging the attack, Su Len casually cast a spell on himself and continued to attack. Dazzling lightning flashed, and Su Len instantly appeared behind the necromancer. More than 50 points of strength were fully activated, and the shocking power formed a strong wind pressure. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, Su Len slashed toward the abomination in front of him with all his strength. Clang! A shocking wave of energy instantly exploded, and a crack appeared on the claws of the necromancer that was blocking in front of the necromancer. This crack gradually expanded, and finally, the sharp claws of the necromancer were completely broken. The storm battle halberd left a deep wound on the necromancer's body with endless lightning. Sullen's full power quickly suppressed the necromancer. Even in an environment like the land of the dead, the necromancer was not Sullen's opponent at all. After the shroud was completely broken, the necromancer's original body was revealed. Under Sullen's rapid and violent attacks, it was covered in wounds. Its originally skinny body was full of holes, and many of its bones were broken. If the land of the dead didn't constantly replenish its energy and speed up its recovery, this necromancer would have been killed by Su Len long ago. However, at this time, after Sullen's fierce attacks, this necromancer was at the end of its rope. War roar! A golden light burst forth from Sullen's body, and a powerful divine radiance erupted in an instant. The dazzling golden light swept over in an instant. At such a close distance, the necromancer had no time to dodge. Coupled with the fact that it had just been hit by the storm battle halberd, the necromancer's body suddenly stiffened at this moment. The sudden outburst of divine power directly interrupted the soul-bound zombie demon's movements. Then, rune chains appeared in an instant, directly sealing the surrounding distance. At this moment, the soul-bound zombie demon was like a little bug caught in a spider's web, trapped in place and unable to move. The soul-bound zombie demon's own successful teleportation could not break the surrounding elemental shield at this moment. Space lock. Su Len, who had long been prepared, instantly erupted with a powerful force, sealing the surrounding space. The necromancer couldn't dodge at all. Thunder slash. Su Luan shouted, and the storm war halberd in his hand slashed towards the soul-binding zombie demon with boundless power. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of lightning, the soul-binding zombie demon in front of him was directly split in half from head to toe. Endless lightning burst out from the necromancer's body, and a large amount of death energy collapsed in an instant. Countless souls wailed, and the necromancer's body was completely destroyed in the lightning. Then, an extremely ugly soul appeared. It was the necromancer's soul. Although the necromancer had been killed by Su Len, as long as this soul escaped, it wouldn't be long before it seized a body and resurrected. Want to run? Go to hell. Lightning chains appeared in an instant, and then locked the necromancer's soul. The storm battle halberd flashed with lightning and directly split the necromancer's soul into two. After losing its body, the necromancer's soul was once again severely damaged, and this time, it could no longer maintain its soul form. A huge wound was torn open on the necromancer's soul, and then countless souls swarmed out of its wound. These souls had long been contaminated by the necromancer's power, and most of them had become incomplete. If they escaped from here, they would quickly be transformed into undead by the land of death. The entire space was enveloped by a lightning net, and all the souls were trapped here as soon as they appeared. Sullen's eyes flashed with a golden light, and then a divine radiance burst out from his body. Along with Sullen's roar, a divine radiance instantly swept in all directions with Su Len as the center. All the souls that came in contact with it let out a dying wail. Immediately afterward, a large number of gray soul crystals fell down like rain, and a series of clinking sounds could be heard. Soul binding spell, magic gem. With a flash of light, the lightning chains dragged the soul of the soul-binding zombie demon and sealed it into a magic gem the size of a fist. Su Len reached out and put the black soul crystal into his bag. Although he only glanced at it briefly, Su Len already discovered that this soul crystal was also of the advanced legendary rank. Including this one, Su Len already had several soul crystals of this quality. Phew! After completely eliminating the necromancer, Su Len also let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he waved his hand, and a spiritual light flashed, and the large number of low-level soul crystals that had just fallen on the ground were also collected by Su Len. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed the soul-binding necromancer. You have received 356,700 experience points. You have won the battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have killed the soul-binding zombie demon. You have obtained the title of Undead Terminator. Your name has spread far and wide across the continent. Your story has been sung by bards. You have successfully killed an undead lord. Other undead creatures will feel fear towards your aura. Your appearance will cause a group of low-level undead creatures to be intimidated. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed a soul-binding necromancer. You have received 1 legendary skill point. You have received 2 diamond treasure chests as a reward. You have received 1 platinum treasure chest as a reward. You have received the item Black Jade Skeleton as a reward. Congratulations, host, your experience bar is full. You have leveled up. You are currently level 32. Congratulations, host, you have received 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and you have received the item Diamond Treasure Chest X1. A warm current rose from his body, and his life force and soul were strengthened. Although the battle this time was intense, the loot he obtained was far less than the dragon. Among all the monsters, undead monsters had the least loot. Of course, this was with the exception of liches. After the undead died, they would not leave behind anything useful other than soul crystals. Su Len stretched his wrist and put away the storm war halberd. He then began to search the palace. Although he had successfully killed the soul-binding necromancer, there was still a large amount of evil energy left in the palace. The soul-binding necromancer's body had completely dissipated, and only a few tattered shrouds were left behind. Although they were tattered, these shrouds still contained a large amount of death energy and evil energy. These things couldn't be left alone. Although the shrouds were disgusting, if they were left alone, these shrouds would still pollute the surrounding environment and even allow some low-level undead to advance. After cleaning up the battlefield, Su Len took the time to examine the palace in front of him. The entire palace was built in a classical style, and there were many murals left on the surrounding walls. Although many of the murals were tattered, there were still many that could be distinguished. Death sacrifices, the slaughter of slaves, and so on. There were also some that praised the greatness of the gods. This soul-binding necromancer was actually worshipped as a god. The murals on the walls had been ravaged by time, and he could only vaguely make out the history. This soul-binding necromancer should have been created by the natives in ancient times. Through blood sacrifices, countless grudges and death energy entanglement, the soul-binding necromancer was finally born. The large number of souls in the soul-binding necromancer's body should have been the souls that were sacrificed. Even the natives had been devoured by the soul-binding necromancer. There were not many things left around. Su-Len did not study much about religion, so he could only guess at the murals. After spending some time, Su-Len finally walked around the entire palace and returned to the hall. This undead lord is so poor. Let alone a dragon, this harvest is even worse than a frost giant. As expected of the poor undead. Su-Len shook his head in disappointment. He was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to check on some of his gains. When he opened the storage space, other than the 4 treasure chests, there was also a black jade skeleton in the corner. This black jade skeleton was only the size of a palm and looked like the skull of a halfling. The whole skeleton was as delicate as black jade, and a strong death energy condensed on it. Su-Len used appraisal on the black jade skeleton. With a flash of light, the attributes of the black jade skeleton appeared before his eyes. Black jade skeleton, strange item, this is a skeleton that has condensed a large amount of death energy. After use, it can transform a piece of land into a land of death. Or, if used in a land of death, it can accelerate the transformation of the land of death into an undead. Transform into an undead? A hint of excitement flashed in Sullen's eyes. This ability was actually not very useful to wizards. After all, necromancers were already notorious. It was useless for others to have it. However, it was good news for Su-Len. After using the black jade skeleton, the speed at which undead creatures were born in a land of death would increase. A large number of undead creatures could provide a large number of soul crystals. Chapter 607. Su-Len had originally planned to set up a camp here to collect soul crystals. At the same time, it was also a place for the Northern Garrison Army to gain EXP. With the Blackfish Skull, the number of undead in this area had greatly increased. To the Northern Garrison Army, not only could they obtain a large number of soul crystals, but they could also allow their army to grow rapidly. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Next, Su-Len took out the 4 treasure chests and chose to open them. After a burst of beautiful sound and light effects, Su-Len heard the sound of a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have opened a diamond treasure chest. You have obtained 1 wishing crystal. Congratulations, host. You have opened a diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the forging blueprint for the divine weapon, Thunder God's Spear. Congratulations, host. You have opened a diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the principle of anti-gravity. Congratulations, host. You have opened a platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the fountain of youth. Hearing the system notification, Sullen's face was filled with shock. He then impatiently took out the item. Su-Len had obtained a wishing crystal in the past. Its function was very simple. It was to use the wishing spell to summon an elemental spirit to fulfill a wish. This wishing crystal was the reward for fulfilling the wish. There was still a lot of room for manipulation with the legendary wishing spell. The second treasure chest's item shocked Su-Len. It was the forging blueprint for the divine weapon, Thunder God's Spear. One had to know that every item that was called a divine weapon possessed powerful strength. Even if it was not personally forged by a god, it was still unimaginably powerful. For example, there was once a mithril ring mail. Although he did not know who created this equipment, its defense was shockingly strong. It was enchanted with a legendary defensive spell. At the same time, it also had unimaginable elemental and physical resistance. Even a legendary weapon would find it difficult to break through its defense. More importantly, this mithril ring mail was as light as a feather. After wearing it, it would not affect the body's agility at all. Sulen picked up the blueprint and examined it. The blueprint of the thunder god's spear was recorded using an unknown animal skin. It recorded the entire forging process and the various materials needed. This forging blueprint could only be used once. After the forging was completed, it would self-destruct. Ever since Sulen's strength had surpassed the advanced legendary level and he had become an astral explorer, he had wanted to increase the power of his weapons. Now that he had this artifact forging blueprint, it was like meeting a pillow when he was sleepy. However, it was not easy to forge a divine artifact. The materials needed were very precious. Sulen had collected a lot of them in the past. The materials listed were 9 heaven black iron, dragon bone, god's blood, thunder crystal, and so on. Sulen already had some of the materials, and he planned to collect some of them. It would be great if he could buy them, but if he couldn't, he would have to think of other ways. The Principle of Anti-Gravity was a thick book. Although it seemed inconspicuous, it was important information for the construction of the floating space city. The area of the floating space city was much larger than that of the floating space tower. It required a lot of power to lift a city and then fly it into the sky. This was a very detailed and huge topic that involved a lot of things. Anti-gravity was a supplement to the floating space ring. Because the floating space city was too large and its weight was amazing, if such a city flew, the forces in the city would be uneven, and it was likely to cause the city to collapse and be damaged due to its own weight. Therefore, the power of the floating space ring must be evenly distributed to all parts of the floating space city. The same was true for the research of anti-gravity. Anti-gravity needed to offset most of the gravity of the floating space city, reduce the weight of the floating space city, and reduce the interaction forces within the floating space city. At the same time, the research of anti-gravity also involved gravity. After the floating space city entered the astral world, it needed to maintain gravity. The laws of the astral world were different from those of the material world. Ordinary people couldn't survive. The purpose of establishing an ecosphere was to allow ordinary people to live normally in the floating space city. Sulen and Hathaway now had a lot of information and knowledge about the floating space city. After the floating space tower was successfully built, it was almost time to start building the floating space city. Many of the technologies in the floating space tower could be applied to the floating space city, such as the elemental furnace technology. After the elemental furnace technology was upgraded to elemental fusion, it could replace the mice energy core as the energy source of the floating space city. Sulen still had no clue about the mice energy core technology. At that time, the technology was only in the hands of the great arcanists in the Arcane Kingdom, and no one else knew about it. Since the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom, countless people wanted to rebuild the floating space city, but the mice energy core had not been produced. Some wizards suspected that the mice energy core needed the power of the goddess of magic to be produced. However, the wizards did not give up on the research of the floating space city. After they could no longer produce the mice energy core, the wizards began to turn their attention to another top research in the era of the Arcane Kingdom, the elemental furnace. In the later years of the Arcane Kingdom, the elemental furnace had completed elemental fusion and entered the stage of elemental annihilation. The floating space city, which relied on the elemental fusion furnace to operate, was created. But in the final glory of the Arcane Kingdom, the elemental fusion furnace was destroyed along with the Arcane Kingdom. In that battle, the Arcane Kingdom was defeated and destroyed, and a lot of information disappeared. For the gods, the information of the Arcane Kingdom's research must be destroyed. Although the Arcane Kingdom was destroyed, in that war, the gods also suffered heavy losses, and some of them even fell. The gods were very vigilant against the civilization that could threaten them, and they wished to destroy all the information. The current wizard civilization had not yet produced the elemental fission furnace. Sulen had basically collected all kinds of information about the floating space city. Some of the information did not meet the requirements and needed to be upgraded for research. The items from the 3 diamond treasure chests were very good, and the last platinum treasure chest also made Sulen happy. It was a liter of the Fountain of Youth. The Fountain of Youth was a kind of wonder in nature. It was called the Fountain of Youth, but in fact, this kind of spring water could not really make one immortal. The Fountain of Youth was a low-level version of the Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life could increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years. Naturally, it was very precious. The Fountain of Youth could only increase one's lifespan by about 150 years. However, although the Fountain of Life was precious and could be called a treasure of heaven and earth, it had not appeared for 1,000 or 2,000 years. However, there was still some news about the Fountain of Youth. Fountain of Youth, wonder. The Fountain of Youth is the essence of nature. It is a gift from nature. It has magical effects and can give people a long lifespan. Countless people will do anything to get it. There are very few places in the entire material plane where the Fountain of Youth can be found. Effect: restore life, regrow broken limbs, heal fatal injuries, stay young forever, extend lifespan. Effect 1: restore life. 1 milliliter of the Fountain of Youth can restore 10 points of life force. This effect is only effective on living creatures. Effect 2: regrow broken limbs. The Fountain of Youth can regrow broken limbs, but the amount needed to be taken according to the severity of the injury. Regrow broken limbs requires 300 milliliters. Effect 3: heal fatal injuries. The Fountain of Youth can heal fatal injuries, but the amount needed to be taken is also sufficient. Drinking 1 liter of the Fountain of Youth before death can heal all injuries on the body. Effect 4: stay young forever. The Fountain of Youth can keep the appearance of all living creatures. Only in the last 10 years of the living creature's life will the creature show signs of aging. Effect 5: extend lifespan. After drinking the Fountain of Youth, one's lifespan can be increased by about 150 years. This effect is effective on all living creatures. Note, this effect must be triggered when the user is full of life force. To be honest, the effect of the Fountain of Youth on Su Len was very limited. After becoming a demigod, Su Len would live for at least a few thousand years, or even longer. So far, Su Len had never heard of a demigod who died of old age. Even in some remote primitive planes, many demigods had lived for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, the most important effect of the Fountain of Youth was basically useless to him. As for regrowing broken limbs, recovering life force, and even healing fatal injuries, these were also not attractive to Su Len. After all, he had the physical healing skill. The physical healing skill could heal serious injuries. As long as the person was not dead, it could be revived. It just needed to be cast a few times. As for the more powerful reversal skill, Su Len had not learned it yet. The reversal skill could even revive a person who had just died. Although the Fountain of Youth was not attractive to him, it was very attractive to others. The lifespan of a human in this world was about 70 years. Of course, this was referring to the nobles. The lifespan of an ordinary person was about 50 years. This was because the elemental energy in the world of Terrala was abundant, and ordinary people had good physical fitness. The lifespan of a professional was much longer. As long as they did not suffer any serious injuries when they were young, it was normal for them to live to 70 or 80 years old. Of course, after becoming a legend, one's lifespan would be even longer. The Fountain of Youth was very attractive to both warriors and nobles. Even a legendary warrior could only live to about 200 years old. Moreover, after 130 years old, their condition would gradually decline. After 160 years old, their strength would degrade to that of a conferred knight. However, if they consumed the Fountain of Youth, they could easily live to 350 years old. This was almost twice the lifespan of a legendary warrior. Moreover, due to the effect of eternal youth, they could reach a shocking 340 years old at their peak. Other than humans, the Fountain of Youth was also very attractive to other races. The lifespan of a dwarf was about 400 to 500 years old, and a half-elf was about 300 years old. Although their lifespan was longer than that of humans, no one would complain about having a longer lifespan. Chapter 608. Su Len had obtained a liter of the Fountain of Youth. He was planning to give half of it to the soldiers of the North Town City. Most of the soldiers were humans, and their lifespans were limited. Su Len had no use for the Fountain of Youth, but it was a good idea to give it to his men. Since there was only a limited amount of the Fountain of Youth, he could only give it to the soldiers who had contributed the most. It was very beneficial to the North Town City. Not only would it make them work harder, the soldiers would also benefit from it. They would support Su Len even more. Most importantly, even if one thought that the Fountain of Youth would grant them a lifespan of 150 years, what would happen in reality? The peak life of a soldier below the legendary rank was 45 years old. Their lifespan would start to decline after that. The peak life of a soldier below the legendary rank was 120 years old. However, after consuming the Fountain of Youth, the peak life of a soldier below the legendary rank was over 200 years old. Those above the legendary rank could live up to 300 years old. It was a great deal. Overall, the soldiers were working hard to exchange for the Fountain of Youth to extend their lifespan. They could continue to contribute to the work of the North Town City. Even though the soul-binding zombie monster had been killed, the problem it had left behind was still unsolved. He had to deal with the Land of Death. Su Len had already decided to turn the place into a training ground for new players. It would also become a soul crystal resource point. However, Su Len had to seal off the Land of Death and place the black jade skeletons here to prevent others from coming in and destroying the place. It was easy to deal with. He just had to bury the black jade skeletons in the Land of Death, and they would merge on their own. Su Len then added another layer of seal to the Land of Death. The seal only allowed people to leave, but not enter. Su Len left after seeing the undead being born in the Land of Death again. Outside the Valley of Death, the soldiers of the North Town City were still guarding the altar. A teleportation light flashed, and Su Len appeared. "Your Majesty, you're back," a servant said respectfully. "It's done. Let's leave," Su Len said. The team soon swept through the army and arrived at the entrance of the Valley of Death. Su Len had already decided to turn the place into a training ground and a soul crystal resource point. It was necessary to modify the place. Thunder Domain. Su Len stood at the entrance of the Death Canyon. Dazzling lightning instantly enveloped his body, and the entire sky darkened at this moment. Countless lightning bolts rolled in the sky, as if they were about to fall in the next second. The powerful energy directly lifted Su Len's body in midair. Countless lightning snakes swam in midair, and the entire world seemed to be about to be destroyed at this moment. A golden light appeared on Su Len's body. Then, Su Len's entire body was wrapped in a layer of golden light. At this moment, a golden shadow rose from his body, surrounded by countless lightning bolts. The surrounding soldiers had already retreated far away. Su Len directly exploded with nearly 80% of his strength at this moment. Mana control. Mud to stone. Dazzling magic energy emerged from Su Len's body. Then, an 800-meter-long stone wall suddenly rose at the entrance of the Death Canyon. Under the influence of this powerful magic, the stone wall quickly rose. It soon rose to 50 meters before stopping. In an instant, the entrance of the Death Canyon was blocked by the stone wall. Then, Su Len gently waved his hand. A golden light appeared, and then the golden light flashed and disappeared into the stone wall. The original stone wall became even stronger. After completing all this, Su Len slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive power on his body also slowly dissipated. Soon, the lightning dissipated, and Su Len returned to his previous appearance. The only change was that the entrance of the Death Canyon was blocked by a 50-meter-tall stone wall. After sealing the Death Canyon, Su Len led the soldiers back to the northern battlefront city. The rest of the matters were left to the others. The Death Canyon would become the new resource point of the northern battlefront city. After returning to the northern battlefront city, Su Len rested for a day. The next morning, he went to the Wizard Tower to find Hathaway. This time, he had obtained the divine weapon forging blueprint. He planned to forge it. This is the divine weapon forging blueprint. Hathaway looked at the blueprint in her hand curiously. There's a rule power on it. How about it? I plan to upgrade the storm battle halberd into the thunder god's spear. I need your help. Sulen took out the storm battle halberd and said. How do you want me to help you? Hathaway returned the blueprint to Sulen and said. It's very difficult to forge a divine weapon. Let's not talk about the materials, but the forging process is very advanced. It's very difficult for a mortal to forge a divine weapon, and they also need the help of a powerful wizard. Sulen shrugged and said, we can find a few master blacksmiths here. Those grey dwarves have them. You can give it a try with enchantment. Alright, but forging a divine weapon is the most basic. You still need to inject divinity into the weapon. Have you prepared the divinity? Hathaway asked. I'm ready. Sulen flipped his hand and took out a divinity crystal. It was left behind by the soul-binding necromancer he killed. There are 4 divinity points in here. I'll extract some from the god's corpse. That's 5 divinity points. It should be enough. Since everything is ready, let's get started, Hathaway said. The Grey Dwarves lived a very comfortable life in Northern Town City. They went to the blacksmith's workshop every day to forge weapons, and when they came back at night, they could have a drink at the tavern. They also received a salary every day. Unlike before, when all their wealth belonged to the king, the Grey Dwarves were very satisfied with their lives. Of course, it would be even better if there was more alcohol. Sulen set a daily workload for these Grey Dwarves. Only those who completed their work would be given alcohol, and those who did a good job would be rewarded. Of course, to not affect their work, there was a limit to the amount of alcohol they could get every day. Northern Town City adhered to the idea that labor would be rewarded. The more work, the more rewards. When they heard that the city lord wanted to forge a powerful weapon, and that he needed the Grey Dwarves with the best forging skills, the Grey Dwarves were very enthusiastic. Soon, the Grey Dwarves with the best forging skills appeared in front of Sulen. Nice to meet you. Sulen smiled at the 3 Grey Dwarves in front of him. I'm sure you already know that I'm here to forge a powerful weapon for you. Your Majesty, what weapon would you like to forge? Please don't hesitate to ask. Old Han's craftsmanship isn't just for show, it's definitely the best amongst us Grey Dwarves. A Grey Dwarf who was only about 1.4 meters tall, but was extremely sturdy said as he patted his chest. Your Majesty, don't listen to him. Let me forge the weapon. I think I can give you a surprise. Another Grey Dwarf said eagerly. Your Majesty, my forging skills are the best. Let me forge it. The 3 Grey Dwarves fought for the right to forge the weapon. The Grey Dwarves were all very loud. When they argued, it was like they were in a blacksmith's workshop. They kept on arguing. Quiet, the noise made Sulen's head hurt. Sulen immediately stopped them from arguing. The weapon I'm going to forge this time requires a very high level of forging skills. It must be perfect. Sulen said coldly. He then took out a scroll and said, this is the blueprint. You can take a look at it first. With that, Sulen handed the blueprint to them. The 3 Grey Dwarves took the blueprint and opened it. They were immediately engrossed in studying it. Heavens, this is unbelievable, this is a divine weapon. I'm not dreaming, am I? Is this the design of a divine weapon? The 3 Durgars exclaimed. Are you done? Sulen put down his teacup and reached out to take the blueprint. Yes, Your Majesty. The 3 Grey Dwarves said with a nod. Since you're done, are you confident? The 3 Grey Dwarves looked at each other. In the end, Old Han hesitated and said, Your Majesty, we're only 60% confident in forging this divine weapon. We can't do anything about the enchantment of this divine weapon, you don't have to worry about that. Someone will take care of it. Your mission is to forge this weapon. Sulen said directly. That's good, Your Majesty. This time, the three of us plan to work together. We'll definitely forge a divine weapon that you'll be satisfied with. Old Han said. Very good. If this divine weapon is successfully forged, your names will be known throughout the continent. You should know that this divine weapon was forged by the hands of mortals. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving us this opportunity. The three grey dwarves stood up and said, But Your Majesty, we need to prepare before forging the divine weapon. Please give us some time. All right, then you may go and prepare. Sulen nodded to show that he understood. Then, Your Majesty, we'll take our leave first. The grey dwarves left the capital with serious expressions. They then went to the blacksmith's workshop and began their preparations. After making all these arrangements, Sulen also began to get busy. Forging a divine weapon required a lot of materials. Sulen had already collected most of them, but there was still one main material that he had not found yet. Thunder crystal. This was a special kind of crystal that contained extremely pure thunder energy. It was very rare in the material plane. Suren had already asked the wizard organizations he was working with to see if they had any thunder crystal. Unfortunately, none of them had anything like this. After hesitating for a while, Sulen took out a wishing crystal. He planned to use the power of the giant elemental spirit to obtain the thunder crystal. Legend had it that the legendary wishing spell could grant any wish. However, this was only a legend. In fact, the legendary wishing spell had a lot of limitations and many traps. When describing a wish, one must be careful to prevent one's request from being maliciously misinterpreted. In theory, any wish could be granted, but it was up to others to make it come true. Chapter 609. After making up his mind, Sulen quickly set up a wishing table in the astrology platform and prepared to cast the wishing spell. After the preparation of the wishing table was completed, Sulen slowly closed his eyes and began to organize his words. This was the most troublesome part of the wishing spell. When making a wish, you had to negotiate with the jinn of elements. These jinn of elements would distort your meaning in various ways. They would find any loopholes and use them to their advantage. You had to block all the loopholes. The process of using the wishing spell was no less than negotiating with a senior demon. The contract had to be very careful. If one was not smart enough, it was very likely that they would be played by the word games in the contract. In the end, they would pay a huge price and not get the result they wanted. This was not a joke. Wizards had paid a huge price and finally summed up a set of effective wishing rules. Sulen took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his eyes. His body flashed, and he instantly activated the rune array. The wishing table operated, and the surrounding magic crystals suddenly appeared with a strange light. Then a low spell sounded, and powerful elemental energy surged out in an instant. A wave of elements that made people's hearts palpitate came out. The powerful elemental energy directly distorted the surrounding space. With the gathering of magic energy, a powerful victory shrouded directly. An elemental god? Sulen felt the powerful divine power. Then a gust of wind blew, and countless wind elements gathered into a shadow in the air. It was a wind elemental god. As soon as the wind elemental god appeared, he looked at Sulen and gently waved his hand. Then a contract scroll and a feather pen appeared in his hand. A majestic voice sounded in the wizard tower. Did you summon me? A demigod? Do you have any wishes or wishes that you want to fulfill? Sulen was surprised that he could summon a wind elemental god this time. He thought it would be good enough to summon an elemental god this time. He did not expect that an elemental god would answer his call in person. Of course, compared to an elemental god, elemental gods could fulfill more wishes, which was also good news. It was said that if a god used the wishing spell, he would summon the oldest 4 elemental gods. Demigod, state your wish. The wind elemental god urged. Greetings, respected wind elemental god, I want a thunder crystal. Sulen expressed his wish. The wind elemental god nodded. Yes, but you need to pay a certain price. In addition, you need to write your wish on this contract scroll. Only when you sign the contract will I grant your wish. Sulen took the contract and wrote down his wishes. This was a very important step. This kind of contract had to be strict. In fact, it was very suitable to let a lawyer write it. They would rack their brains to block all the loopholes. After spending some time, Sulen finally finished writing all the words. After making sure that there were no loopholes, he handed the contract scroll to the god of wind elemental. 1 thunder divinity crystal obtained. The wind elemental god nodded slightly. The thunder divinity crystal is very rare and valuable. Are you ready to pay the price? After seeing Sulen nod, the wind elemental god picked up a goose feather pen and quickly wrote the transaction content on the contract. After writing, the wind elemental god handed the contract scroll to Sulen again for inspection. He wanted to make sure that the contract was correct. 1 thunder divinity crystal. You need to pay some divinity or a part of your soul power. If you agree, leave your soul mark on it. Sulen took the contract scroll and read it carefully. He had to be careful. Next, Sulen and the wind elemental god modified a few details on the contract. After making sure that there were no problems, he left his soul mark on it. I want to use this crystal as a payment. Sulen took out the wishing crystal that he had prepared earlier. Wishing crystal? I haven't seen such a thing for a long time. Young demigod, you are lucky. The wind elemental god was a little surprised. Then, he directly agreed to Sulen's payment. Since both sides have agreed, let's start the transaction. The wind elemental god waved his hand gently. The contract scroll instantly turned into specks of light and dissipated. Then, a surge of divine power appeared. In the next second, a thunder divinity crystal appeared in front of Sulen. The thunder divinity crystal was a blue crystal the size of a fist. The crystal was translucent. Countless lightning powers were entangled in the crystal. Every now and then, a golden light flashed on the surface of the crystal. Then, the wishing crystal in Sulen's hand instantly flew into the wind elemental god's hand. In the next second, it disappeared. The contract is complete. Little guy, I hope you still have a wishing crystal when we meet next time. As he spoke, the wind elemental god glanced at Sulen. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared without a trace. The divine power that shrouded the wizard tower also disappeared. Sulen picked up the thunder divinity crystal with one hand and played with it. He held his chin with the other hand and thought to himself, it seems that the wishing crystal is very attractive to them. Sulen could only get the wishing crystal from a treasure chest. He didn't know where this crystal could be produced. It was probably impossible to find a large number of wishing crystals to trade with the elemental god. Sulen quickly put this matter aside. The next important thing was to forge a divine weapon. After a few days of preparation, the 3 dwarven blacksmiths had finished all the preparations. Sulen took Hathaway to the blacksmith's shop. As soon as they got close, a rhythmic sound of hammering came. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of fine iron striking rang out. Hundreds of shirtless dwarves were sweating in the blacksmith's shop. Waves of heat were rolling, and orange flames rose. On both sides of the hall, dwarves were waving their arms hard to forge iron ingots. Heavy hammers smashed hard on the red-hot iron, and countless sparks flew out. Grey dwarves wearing thick leather aprons were hitting all kinds of sword embryos on the iron felt attentively. The flames swayed, and the dwarves' chests were reflected red by the furnace fire. A lot of sweat slid down their bodies, and their whole bodies seemed to be smeared with a layer of oil. Small pits were burned on their firm faces by the sparks, but these dwarves didn't care at all. In the blazing furnace, a red sword embryo was burning in the flames. The grey dwarf next to him picked it out with a serious face. The sword embryo was red, and as soon as it was taken out, the dwarf put the sword embryo directly into the liquid next to it. As soon as the fiery red sword embryo was put in, a burst of flames jumped up, followed by a burst of crackling sounds. White smoke rolled, and the liquid instantly boiled. When the sword embryo was taken out again, a layer of fish scale-like patterns appeared on the surface of the sword embryo. It looked very beautiful. Su Len knew that this pattern would only appear on a high-quality weapon after countless rounds of forging. In the hall, pieces of iron embryos were constantly hammered into the shapes of various weapons and armors. Then, they were sent into the cooling pool next to the furnace with iron pliers. The water in the cooling pool was not ordinary water. This was one of the dwarves' secret recipes. It was a quenching liquid made from more than a dozen different materials. These quenching liquids were divided into several types. They were specially used to quench various kinds of weapons. When the smoke dissipated, the dwarves began to repeat the previous forging process again. Their movements were strong and powerful. Although it looked very simple, it was full of a strange rhythm. Under their careful forging, high-quality weapons were forged under the hammers. This was the blacksmith workshop in northern Battlefront City. High-quality weapons were forged every day. Now, the army of northern Battlefront City had basically finished changing their equipment. The arrival of Su Len and Hathaway didn't attract their attention. The dwarves were still very serious when they were working. Soon, a blacksmith steward brought Su Len and Hathaway to a room next door. At this time, 3 dwarven blacksmith masters were also forging with bare arms. Looks like you're well prepared. Su Len glanced at what the 3 dwarves were forging. It was a weapon very similar to the Thunder God's spear, but the material used was ordinary fine iron. It was completely different from the Thunder God's spear. The 3 dwarves were building this model to familiarize themselves with the forging method of the Thunder God's spear. Your Majesty, you're here. We're ready. Hans stopped immediately when he heard Sullen's voice. All the materials for the Thunder God's spear are ready. Now, I'll give it to you to forge. Su Len nodded at them and took out the materials that had been prepared. Seeing the rare materials appear in front of them, the dwarves were a little excited. Everything is here. This is the forging blueprint of the Thunder God's spear. Hathaway and I will be here to help you, Su Len said after handing the things to the 3 dwarves. As you wish, we will do our best to forge this artifact, Han said with a serious face. Then, the 3 dwarves began to work. In the past few days, the 3 dwarven blacksmith masters had practiced several times. Now, it could be said that they were familiar with the process. They picked up the materials and began to forge. Su Len and Hathaway didn't disturb the 3 dwarves. They stood aside and watched them quietly. The 9th heaven black iron was calcined in a special furnace. The flames in the furnace became very bright, and the temperature reached thousands of degrees. However, the 9th heaven black iron was very difficult to forge. Even at thousands of degrees, it still took a lot of time to smelt it. Heat the furnace with magic, the Grey Dwarf said directly. Su Len waved his hand gently. Immediately, a strong fire element appeared in the furnace, and the temperature of the furnace increased again. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.